The dragon's shadow fell across the narrow sea, long before any ship carried the news. In the high, hollow wind above Blackwater Bay, 3 titanic shapes wheeled through the clouds, their dark wings eclipsing the sun. The city beneath cowered, not as conquerors, not yet as subjects, but as creatures facing in awe, older than their kings. Men and women on the docks, bakers at their ovens, gold cloaks at their posts, all stood frozen, mouths agape, the cries of the city stilled to whispers and the distant thunder of the dragon's wings. In the Red Keep, Queen Cersei Lannister stared from her highest window, hands white on the stone. She had been warned, of course, by a dozen trembling spies and whimpering courtiers. She had laughed in their faces, scorched them with her fury, but now the truth clawed at her chest. The Targaryen girl had crossed the sea. She had not come alone. Rhaegal and Viserion followed Drogon, each grown monstrous and wild. 3 fires. Not one. 3 heads of the dragon. The court below quaked and squabbled. Small folk scurried through the alleys like mice before a flood, but the bells did not ring for surrender. Not yet. Lannister banners yet flew above the Red Keep, lion gold against the dusk. The Queen's Guard held their swords with knuckles white and silent prayers. Jaime was not among them. He stood in the shadowed council chamber, hands trembling as he buckled his golden sword belt. Tyrion had left the city months ago. Varys had vanished altogether. On the sea, the last of the royal fleet burned. Daenerys Targaryen, silver hair flying, rode astride Drogon's ridged neck as he descended in a rush of black wings and scorched air. The bay, crowded with the debris of battle, boiled beneath the dragonfire. Ships bearing Cersei's banners, Selsails who had thrown in with Euron Greyjoy, all burned together, wood and flesh alike, as Viserion and Rhaegal circled, painting the sea with their blue and green and gold flame. The roar of burning ships rose like a hymn. From the ramparts, the defenders watched with dead eyes. Daenerys did not look back. She sat high in the saddle they had built for her in Meereen, leather and bronze. Her knees pressed to Drogon's hot scales, a chill wind burning her face. Her mind was clear, cold, as the stars before dawn. Below her, the city waited, the heart of all she had lost and all she had dreamed. The Iron Throne, the 7 kingdoms. She reached out in her mind to her brothers. Her children, wing to wing, mind to mind, the old magic strong between them. Viserion, Rhaegal. She felt their hunger and their fury, the wildness she had courted since their hatching. They were hers. She was theirs. Upon the city walls, a single archer loosed an arrow. Foolish, desperate. It vanished in the black. The dragons passing over, and in the next breath, the wall boiled in white-hot flame. The soldiers died screaming, or didn't scream at all. The stones of King's Landing blackened and cracked. Yet Daenerys did not order the city burned. She had not come to rule ashes. As Drogon descended toward the city gates, she raised her hand, and the dragons circled above her, the air trembling with their power. Dracarys. She said softly, and watched the gate shatter beneath a cone of dragonfire, metal running like water. Her armies poured in behind her, the unsullied, gray and silent, their spears gleaming, marched in perfect ranks. Behind them came the Dothraki, wild as the storm, their screamers filling the air with the thunder of hooves and the old Rhoynar cries. The city garrison threw down their swords or ran. Some fought, hopeless, for the gold that would never buy another day. On the steps of the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister stood, dressed in mourning black, her golden hair loose about her shoulders. Beside her, the mountain, that monstrous shell of a man, stood impassive, sword at the ready. Qyburn hovered at her elbow, eyes darting, lips moving in prayer or curse. No bells rang, not as Drogon landed upon the steps with a shriek that shook the castle walls. Not as Daenerys dismounted in a shimmer of silver and smoke. She was small, smaller than legend, smaller than fear had painted her. But the dragons came behind her, Rahegel crouched on the battlements, Viserion alight on the shattered gate, and Drogon at her side, nostrils steaming, eyes aglow with the red promise of flame. She wore black and red, the colors of her house, and a crown not of gold, but of steel and jet, hammered in Meereen by the last of her loyal smiths. Her boots were crusted with the salt of many seas. The city stilled to silence. The wind blew, carrying the stench of burning ships, of battle. Daenerys Targaryen walked up the steps, her eyes on the queen who had ruled in her place. She saw the fear in Cersei's eyes, saw the pride in the fury, saw the child she had lost and the throne she would never hold again. She thought of her brother Rhaegar, dead on the Trident, of her father, murdered in this very keep, of her mother dying in exile. She spoke then, her voice clear as a bell. "Cersei Lannister, your reign is ended. Surrender the city and the throne, and I will spare your life. Refuse, and the dragons will have their due." Cersei said nothing. She stared at Daenerys, lips trembling. For a moment, the old queen within her, proud, unyielding, the lioness in her den, flashed in her eyes. "You would burn us all," she spat. "You would be queen of ashes." Daenerys did not look away. "I would be queen," she said simply. "Surrender or die." The mountain shifted, sword raised. Qyburn's hands fluttered, but Cersei raised a hand. She stood, shoulders straight, eyes bright with the last of her pride. "I will not beg. If you want my crown, take it." Daenerys nodded. Drogon's head swung low, jaws wide, the scent of brimstone heavy in the air. The crowd on the lower steps fell to their knees, sobbing, praying, clutching children to their chests. The Red Keep had never seen such terror. Not in Aegon's day, not in Robert's. The city itself seemed to bow, stone and steel, flesh and bone. But Daenerys, in that moment, felt the old pain rising in her chest, the pain of exile, of loss, of love, betrayed and kingdom stolen. She looked at Cersei and saw not only an enemy, but a woman who had lost everything for power, for her children, for herself. She saw, for a heartbeat, her own reflection, fire and blood, blood and fire. She raised her hand, and Drogon withdrew, his hot breath stirring her hair. "I am not my father," Daenerys said. "You will stand trial for your crimes as a queen, not as a victim. You will not burn. Kneel and live, or die a fool." Cersei wavered. For a moment she looked at the mountain, the brute she had trusted to save her. She looked at Qyburn, her last counselor, and found only cowardice in his eyes. The crown upon her brow seemed heavy, as if it burned her scalp. Slowly, trembling, she knelt. A roar went up from the crowd. Relief, fear, awe. Daenerys ascended the last steps. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion crowded the heights, their eyes watching, tongues flickering. The Unsullied formed a cordon, their spears crossed. Grey Worm stood at her side, his face hard as iron. Inside the throne room, the Iron Throne waited. It was smaller than she'd imagined, darker. Twisted metal blackened by the shadows of 100 kings. She walked alone, footsteps echoing, as dust motes danced in the dying light. Her hands shook as she reached for the throne, palm hovering over cold steel. She thought of Viserys, burning for a crown of gold. She thought of Jorah, dead on the battlefield at her feet. She thought of Missandei, gone to the headsman's block in this very city. She thought of all she had lost to come to this place. She sat. The throne was hard beneath her, heavy. It bit into her thighs, her back, her soul. She was queen now. The dragons circled above the city, their shadows falling across the domes and spires, the temples and brothels, the bones and the gold. The realm watched in terror and hope. At her feet, Cersei Lannister was led away in chains. The court, what remained of it, filed in, small folk and lords, beggars and knights. Tyrion Lannister, returned to the city at her summons, came and knelt, face lined by exile and regret. Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, stood by his side. Jon Snow, still cloaked in black, hair wild as the north wind, lingered at the threshold, eyes meeting hers across the empty hall. Daenerys held the city in her hands. She felt the weight of every eye, every soul, every hope, and every fear. She could burn it all. She could bring a new world from the ashes. Or she could build. Slowly, painfully, brick by brick, law by law, mercy by mercy. She did not know, not yet, what kind of queen she would be. Outside, the bells began to ring. Not in surrender, but in coronation. The days that followed were days of fire and shadow, blood and birth. The city, broken by war, filled with refugees and corpses, came slowly to life beneath the shadow of the dragons. The Unsullied kept the peace, cold and silent, their faces empty of joy. The Dothraki rode the streets at night, their horses nervous, their eyes hungry for gold and women and glory. Daenerys held court each morning. The nobles came in fear, heads bowed, tongues silvered by desperation. She listened to them, one by one. Mace Tyrell, sweat gleaming on his brow. Jon Royce, his armor battered and shining. Even Sansa Stark, proud and wary, her red hair bound in northern braids. They knelt, and some swore fealty, and some did not. Those who refused were stripped of title, of land, of name. Some were led away to the dungeons beneath the Red Keep. Others vanished, their fates whispered in the shadows. She did not rule alone. Tyrion stood at her side, his mind sharp as ever, his loyalty tested and proven. Davos, gruff and honest, became her voice to the small folk, his accent a comfort to those who feared the Queen's justice. Jon Snow, torn between love and duty, haunted her dreams and her days, his eyes full of winter and loss. Her first decree was mercy. The bread stores of the city were opened. The dragons circled the skies, but did not burn. The Unsullied repaired the sewers, built shelters for the orphans and the widows. Gold was paid for lost homes, lost sons. The priests of the Seven were summoned, and the Red Priestess Melisandre, white-haired now, came from the east to bless the city in the name of the Lord of Light. The trial of Cersei Lannister was swift. Before the High Septon and the city's lords, she stood in chains, her voice a whip, her words bitter as bile. She blamed them all, Daenerys, the lords, the gods. She denied nothing. Her son was dead, her children gone, her reign ended in fire. In the end, it was mercy that killed her. She was sentenced to exile, to live out her days in the ruins of the Westerlands, stripped of crown and name. Daenerys watched her go, and felt nothing. The city healed, slowly. The scars of war ran deep. Smoke still rose from the ashes of Flea Bottom, and the stink of the Blackwater lingered. But in the markets, traders returned. In the septs, the bells rang for weddings and births. The dragons, kept to the heights of the Red Keep, became a symbol of power and of hope. Children played in the shadow of their wings, and old men told tales of the last Targaryen queen. Each day brought new challenges. Winter threatened, cold and cruel. The lords of the Reach whispered rebellion. The Ironborn plotted revenge. The North watched with wary eyes. But Daenerys held the throne. She listened. She learned. She dreamed sometimes of the house with the red door. She dreamed of Drogo, of Jorah, of her brother's hands around her throat. She woke each morning in the hard, cold bed of the Queen, and rose to face the city that hated and needed her. She did not rule with fear alone. She rode through the city on Drogon's back, smiling at the crowds, her hair a banner of silver and fire. She feasted with the small folk, drank with the Sellswords, blessed the orphans. She spoke of justice, of peace, of a new world built not on ashes, but on hope. The council she built was new, a council of lords and knights, of merchants and maesters, of women and men from every corner of the realm. She listened to their counsel, and sometimes she did it. Tyrion watched her with pride and fear and love. The dragons grew restless. Rhaegal hunted the mountains. Viserion haunted the narrow sea. Drogon stayed close, his eyes always on the Queen. She was not a Targaryen of old, not a mad king, not a burning goddess. She was Daenerys, the Stormborn, the breaker of chains. The realm bent, slowly, to her will. The scars of war healed. The bells rang for the queen. But in the shadows, always, there was fire. In the city's heart, the dragon's heart, a flame that would never die. And as the moon rose over the city, 3 dragons circled above the Red Keep, their cries echoing across the 7 kingdoms. The city slept and dreamed of peace. The queen watched from her tower, her hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes bright with promise and sorrow. She was alone, and she was not alone. The Iron Throne was hers. The realm was hers. The future, unwritten, burned before her like a pyre in the dark. Ka. The sun crept slowly above the city, setting the mists afire. The Red Keep loomed over all, hard and sharp as a crown of knives. Within, Daenerys Targaryen rose from restless sleep before dawn, the chill of the throne room still in her bones. She walked the stony halls in silence, her bare feet whispering across the ancient floor, and found solace in the highest tower, where the wind sang a song older than any king. Below her, the dragons slept, curled like blackened jewels atop the broken battlements. Drogon's chest rose and fell, his breath steaming in the dawn air. Rhaegal lay beside his brother, tail draped lazily over the crumbled parapet, one eye half open, glinting gold in the half-light. Viserion was the last to settle, always watchful, always the first to rise. She watched them now, her heart swelling with pride and pain. They were all she had, and all that kept her from the abyss. As the city woke, Daenerys slipped back into the rhythm of rule. Grey Worm met her in the small council chamber, his armor immaculate, face as unreadable as ever. Beside him stood Missandei, returned to her side at last, the word of the queen on her lips and in her eyes. Tyrion too appeared, hair unkempt, eyes still bloodshot from another night spent with the weight of guilt and wine. Her council gathered in the broken heart of the Red Keep. Davos stood with arms crossed, quiet and watchful, while Sansa Stark regarded her with cool northern eyes. Arya was never far. As a shadow, her steps soft, her presence unsettling. Bran, the strange and broken boy now called the Three-Eyed Raven, sent ravens and silence in equal measure. Jon lingered at the queen's side, half brother, half lover, his loyalties stretched and frayed. They spoke of peace, of law, of food and firewood, and the coming winter. The city had bled, and would bleed more before it healed. Supplies were scarce. The Reach's bounty was locked away by lords who had not bent the knee. Dorne waited, as ever, a knife at the realm's southern heart. The Ironborn raided the coast, and Euron's ships, though shattered, were not yet gone. Each problem was a viper, every answer a blade that cut both ways. Tyrion spoke of politics, of alliances and marriages, of gentle words and softer threats. Davos counseled patience, a slow healing. Sansa argued for the north, her words cold but edged with fear for her own. Arya watched Daenerys with eyes like polished steel, as if weighing the queen in the balance. Only Jon seemed without guile, yet even he stood apart, as if waiting for a fate only he could see. After the council, Daenerys walked the halls with Missandei at her side. They spoke of the east, of Meereen and Astapor, of the dreams they'd carried over the sea. Missandei's voice was gentle, a balm against the hardness of the stones. She told Daenerys that the people whispered of her, the Dragon Queen, the breaker of chains. They watched her from shadows and windows, some with hope, some with dread, but all with awe. The small folk pray for mercy, Missandei said softly. They have known little else but war and fire. They will have peace, Daenerys said, more to herself than to her friend. I promised them that. Yet peace was fragile, a thread stretched taut over a chasm. Daenerys knew the city held dangers deeper than daggers or poison. She felt the eyes of the lords who had bent the knee only because their walls had fallen. She heard the sullen anger of Lannister loyalists, the hiss of gold slipping through the cracks of her new council. Late that afternoon, a messenger arrived. A battered knight from the Westerlands, blood crusted beneath his mail. He bore a parchment, sealed with a lion rampant. Tyrion read it aloud, his voice dry. Lord Giles Westerling refuses your summons. He claims the Targaryen claim died with your father, and that the West will never bow to a foreign queen or her beasts. Daenerys listened, her face still. Grey Worm's jaw clenched, Missandei's brow furrowed. Tyrion looked to her, as he always did, searching for a sign. Mercy, wrath, a thread of hope. Send word to the Westerlands, Daenerys said. Remind them of what happened at King's Landing. I offer them a chance to join the realm, not to die for a dead lion. If they refuse, we will answer as only Targaryens can. The council dispersed, each with new burdens. Daenerys sat alone, her hands in her lap, the weight of power pressing her down. She was queen now, but every victory tasted of ash. She missed the open skies, the salt wind, the wild freedom of exile. That night, she climbed the broken steps to the dragon's perch. The city glowed below, lanterns flickering in the blackness, fires burning in 1,000 hearths and a dozen ruins. Drogon raised his head as she approached, his eyes reflecting the moon. She pressed her forehead to his snout, felt the heat of his breath, the thrum of his heart. For a moment, she was just a girl again, dreaming of lost Valyria, of the house with the red door. In the dark, Jon found her. He climbed the stones in silence, the cold wind tugging at his cloak. He stopped a few steps below, hands at his sides, eyes lost in the city's sprawl. They're afraid, he said quietly. The lords, the people, even the North. They should be. Not unkindly, but not of me. Of what's to come, if we fail. Then, he joined her at the parapet, close but not touching. The old tension simmered between them, longing and fear and the unspoken things that always hung in the air. You did not burn the city, Jon said at last. You showed mercy. I did what I must. She searched his face, saw the shadows there, the grief and the hope and the doubt. Do you regret it? Jon shook his head. You saved lives, Daenerys, more than you know. But it won't be enough for some. They will learn. Her voice was iron now. The world we build will be worth the pain. He looked at her, as if seeing her anew. You really believe that? She smiled, sad and fierce. I must, or all this. She gestured to the city, the keep, the dragons. Her own heart is nothing but blood and fire. They stood in silence, the wind whistling past, the dragons shifting behind them. Below, the city slowly stilled, darkness creeping in. For a heartbeat, all was quiet, and Daenerys let herself hope. Morning brought new trials. Sansa came to her in the Queen's solar, her hair pulled tight, her words sharper still. The North will not kneel, she said. We have bled too much. My people want peace, not another queen from the south. Daenerys studied her, measured her. I am not Cersei. I am not your father or your brother. I do not want the North in chains, but I will not see the realm torn apart, not now. Then grant us our freedom. Let the North rule itself, as it did before the dragons came. And if I refuse? Sansa met her gaze, unblinking. You will have a rebellion. My people do not forgive easily. Daenerys rose, her anger held tight. And if I yield, every other lord will demand the same. The realm will fracture, and all our enemies will rise. No, you cannot rule with dragons and fear alone, Sansa said, her voice low. You must give them something to believe in. Then help me, Lady Stark. Stay here. Be my hand or my counselor. Teach me what your people need. Sansa hesitated, surprise flickering in her eyes. You would trust me. I trust what you want. Peace for your people. Give me a chance, Sansa. If I fail, the North can decide its own fate. A tense peace settled, for a time. Sansa remained, wary and watchful. Arya vanished for days at a time, slipping through the city like a whisper. Bran sent his ravens, bringing news of unrest in the Riverlands, of plots in Old Town, of strange ships on the Narrow Sea. The days blurred into weeks. Daenerys held court, judged disputes, sent missives to rebellious lords. She rode through the city on Drogon's back, sometimes alone, sometimes with Jon at her side. The people watched her, their fear slowly turning to something else: curiosity, hope, grudging respect. She sat with Tyrion and Davos each evening, planning for winter. Food stocks were low. Grain convoys from the Reach vanished, taken by bandits or drowned at sea. In the streets, old rivalries simmered. Some called for a return to the old ways, to the faith and the Seven, to a king with a sword, not a queen with dragons. Rumors rose that Daenerys drank wildfire, that she was the child of demons, that she would wed Jon and birth a line of fire-blooded kings. Tyrion tried to quash them, but rumors, like wildfire, spread quickest through the driest hearts. One evening, as the bells tolled for vespers, a riot broke out in Flea Bottom. Angry men, faces wrapped in cloth, stormed a granary, screaming for food and justice. The gold cloaks fought them, swords drawn, but were driven back by the mob. The flames leapt high, painting the sky orange and gold. Daenerys rode Drogon down, her council at her heels. She did not burn the mob. She landed before them, her dragon roaring, and faced the angry men herself. She called for bread, for water, for calm. She spoke to them in the tongue of Valyria, in the common tongue, in the words of the small folk. "I am not your enemy," she said, voice ringing out. "You are not cattle, to be herded or starved. This is your city as much as mine." Some threw stones, curses. Others knelt. In the end, she ordered the granaries opened, food shared, healers sent for the wounded. She worked alongside them, her sleeves rolled, her hair wild, her skin streaked with ash and sweat. The people saw her not as a goddess, but as a woman, fierce and mortal, and their hearts began to turn. That night, Tyrion found her in the shattered granary, feeding a wounded child. "You cannot save them all," he said softly. "I can try," she answered, her eyes shining in the lamplight. Winter's shadow crept closer. The nights grew long, the winds sharp. The lords of the realm, one by one, sent envoys to bend the knee or bargain for power. Gendry of Storm's End came, his hammer slung at his side, pledging Baratheon's strength. Samwell Tarly arrived from Old Town, his arms full of books and scrolls, his heart full of hope. The Martells of Dorne sent a shy girl with eyes like sand and storm, bearing promises of alliance and peace. The realm began to knit itself together, patchwork and ragged, but whole. Daenerys built her council, Sansa for the north, Gendry for the Stormlands, Tyrion as Hand, Davos as Master of Ships, Samwell as Grand Maester. The scars of the past remained, but new bonds were forged. In the Red Keep, Jon Snow stood by her side. They argued, they loved, they drifted and drew close again, like the tide beneath the moon. He wore no crown, claimed no throne, but he was her rock, her conscience, her heart's undoing. Some nights, when sleep would not come, Daenerys climbed to the tower and watched the dragons fly. Drogon, vast and dark, lord of the skies. Rhaegal, swift and clever, gliding above the city walls. Viserion, fierce and wild, vanishing into the mist. The city healed, a little each day. Children laughed in the streets. The bells rang not for war, but for weddings and harvests. The dragons became a part of the city, their shadows falling across stone and market, temple and brothel. The people spoke of the Dragon Queen with awe and pride. Yet danger always lingered. In the shadows, old enemies plotted. In the distant north, something stirred, cold and dark and hungry. In the east, whispers of war reached her ears. The world was not at peace, and perhaps never would be. But for now, Daenerys Targaryen ruled. She was queen. She was hope. She was fire and blood and mercy. The Iron Throne was hers, the realm hers to shape. And in the heart of King's Landing, beneath the watchful eyes of dragons and men, the wheel of fate turned, slow and sure, grinding past and future into something new. Yeah. A slow rain fell upon the city, gentle at first, then steady, washing the ash from stone and soul. From the heights of the Red Keep, Daenerys watched the glistening rooftops and winding streets. The city had not known such a cleansing rain for years, not since before war and fire, not since the days when laughter had been common in Flea Bottom and spices filled the air above the market stalls. The bells of the Sept of Baelor tolled in the mist, and the sound traveled like a memory across the broken avenues. It was late in the year now, the air sharp, the wind from Blackwater Bay swirling with chill. From her window, Daenerys could see the silhouettes of her dragons huddled on the scorched towers, steam rising from their bodies, wings folded like tattered sails. Sometimes, when the rain ceased and the world stilled, she imagined hearing them speak, a chorus of ancient voices, old Valyria, echoing through their throats. Drogon rumbled beneath her chambers, as if sensing her mood, as if answering her loneliness. Each day, she rose early, summoned her council, and set about the work of mending a realm stitched together by fear and hope. Sansa brought reports of snow in the north, of holdfasts battered by wind and ice, of wolves running lean. Gendry sent news of ships, raiders, the slow return of Stormlander trade. Tyrion catalogued food stores, mapped old tunnels and crumbling aqueducts, and traded barbs with Davos over river tolls and city tariffs. Samwell Tarly, Grand Maester in name and heart, sat at her right hand. He had become a favorite of the court, his gentle smile and boundless knowledge a balm to the wounded. He read her stories of Targaryen's past, and Daenerys learned not to trust every tale. For every mad king in Sam's tomes, there was a just queen or a lost prince whose kindness had vanished from memory. History was smoke, he said, always curling away from truth. Yet memory lived in every stone. Sometimes, alone at night, Daenerys walked the halls, tracing her hand across the cold iron of the throne, the tapestries heavy with Lannister gold. Once, she found herself in the Godswood, beneath the pale heart tree, where Sansa sat with folded hands and eyes closed in prayer. The old gods did not answer, not with words, but the quiet of that place soothed a part of her that had never healed. Her dragons grew restless as the city recovered. Rhaegal hunted far to the west, above ruined castles and wild green hills. Viserion nested on the highest turret, collecting bones and broken flags, his breath steaming in the morning air. Drogon remained closest, prowling the Red Keep's courtyards, sending servants running with a snort or a swipe of his tail. The city learned to live beneath their gaze. Children whispered stories. Old men doffed caps, and even the gold cloaks gave them wide berth. Not all wounds healed so easily. Twice, assassins crept into the keep, once disguised as washerwomen, once as sellswards. Both times, Grey Worm and his Unsullied caught them in the tunnels beneath the castle, dragging them into daylight, their knives slick with poison and desperation. Daenerys listened as Tyrion argued for mercy, as Grey Worm called for blood, as Jon reminded her that justice was not vengeance. "They come for you because they fear you," Jon said. One evening, as rain lashed the windows, "Because they do not know you." "They will learn," she replied, her voice heavy, "or they will die. I will not be made a victim of shadows." Medcel. He watched her in silence, his face shadowed by candlelight, and she wondered if he truly understood. He was her lover, her kin, her friend, but the wall between them grew higher with each passing day. Duty pressed him northward, heart kept him close. She clung to him in the night and dreamed of a world where love was enough. She hosted feasts in the Great Hall, inviting lords and knights, merchant queens and hedge wizards. Music echoed beneath the old banners, songs of the Reach and the Westerlands, even the wild, mournful tunes of the free cities. Gendry drank with the sellswords and charmed a lady from Dorne, whose laughter pealed like bells. Sansa danced once, then vanished into the shadows. Arya was seen only at the fringes, eyes sharp, knife never far from her palm. It was during one such feast that word came from the west. A raven, battered by the winds, bearing the broken seal of the Lannisters. Tyrion read it before the fire, voice flat. Lord Giles Westerling had been slain by his own bannermen. The castles of the Westerlands now vied for new rule. Bandits prowled the gold roads. Old debts were called in blood. The lion's pride had broken, and the realm teetered on the edge of another war. Daenerys stood, the music falling silent. "Send riders," she ordered, her voice ringing. "Offer the Westerlands their peace. Houses that bend the knee will keep their lands and gold. Those that refuse will feel the dragon's fire." Tyrion met her eyes, lips pursed. "There will be some who resist your grace, some who will fight to the last man." She looked at him, and something ancient kindled in her gaze. "Then let them come." The riders set out at dawn, banners streaming in the gray light. Daenerys watched them go, heart heavy. She had learned the weight of every death, how each decision echoed, how every drop of blood joined a river that ran through her dreams. She wondered if her father had felt this, once, before the madness. She wondered if her mother had ever known peace. Days grew colder, shadows longer. Ravens brought tidings of skirmishes in the Westerlands, of Lords Clegane and Lefford vying for supremacy, of Lannister cousins raising gold for sellswords. The free cities eyed the chaos, their envoys courteous but sly, always angling for grain or silver or promises of trade. The north remained quiet, but Sansa pressed for more men, more supplies. Her letters to Winterfell filled with hope and warning both. It was Jon who spoke of the threat beyond the realm. At council, he rose, face drawn. "The Watch has seen things, strange lights in the far north, wildlings fleeing south, old places stirring. Winter comes, and with it, old enemies." Daenerys listened, weighing his words. "The Night King is gone. The dead are gone." Jon nodded, but his eyes did not waver. "We thought the dragons were gone too. The world is changing, Daenerys. I feel it in my bones." She did not dismiss him. She sent ravens to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, called for scouts and wildling guides. She met with Sansa, with Arya, with Bran. The three-eyed raven's gaze was distant, his words few, but his warnings lingered in her mind like a chill. As the days shortened, Daenerys led her council in a new direction. The city's walls were strengthened, old gates repaired, stocks of wildfire inventoried and locked away. Ships were built in the royal docks, sails patched, old galleys refitted for war or trade. She sent envoys to the Iron Islands, calling for peace or submission, promising leniency if they laid down arms. Some nights, she walked the city alone, Grey Worm and Missandei shadowing her from a distance. She visited the Sept of Baelor, rebuilt with plain stone and humble altars, where the poor came to pray for bread or mercy. She knelt beside them, listened to their stories, remembered the lessons of her childhood. How power was nothing without love. How justice was nothing without hope. There was a boy, one night, who caught her eye, a dirty-faced orphan with hair the color of old bronze. He stared at her, unafraid, as Drogon passed overhead, his shadow swallowing the moonlight. "Are you a queen or a monster?" the boy asked, his voice thin but clear. Daenerys knelt, her crown heavy in her hand. "I am both, some say. What do you think?" The boy studied her, brow furrowed. "Monsters don't cry when the bread runs out. Monsters don't come down to the streets." She smiled, touched the boy's cheek. "Then let us prove them wrong together." Spring whispered its promise in the icy air, though snow dusted the rooftops and frost clung to every window. The realm healed. Slowly, There were fewer riots, fewer hungry mouths. Trade flowed from Dorne, from the Reach, from the narrow sea. Samwell's healers stamped out a pox in the East Quarter, and Gendry's smiths forged new plows for the farmers of the Crownlands. Yet always, there was work. Daenerys sat at the heart of it, her will a lodestone. She answered petitions from lords and smallfolk alike, ruled in disputes of land and inheritance, weighed mercy against justice. She gathered the children of the city, taught them to read, to write, to speak the old tongue and the new. She decreed the building of a great library, open to all, where knowledge could grow like wildflowers in the spring. Tyrion brought her word of plots. A cabal of old lords seeking to poison the water, a ring of thieves in the port, rumors of sellswords massing in the riverlands. She met each threat with calm and cunning, sending Arya and her spies to root out the disloyal, setting Gendry and his knights to hunt the brigands, dispatching letters of warning to would-be rebels. She did not kill lightly, but she did not shy from it when need arose. Jon grew restless as the world quieted. He spent more time with the city's defenders, teaching swordplay, riding to the outlying villages to listen to the people. He visited the dragons, often alone, sometimes with Daenerys. There were times she saw him with Rhaegal, a quiet bond growing, the green dragon nuzzling him with a gentleness rare, even for its kin. She wondered if the blood of the dragon stirred in him, if fate yet had some further twist in store. One night Jon found her on the ramparts, her cloak pulled tight, her eyes on the restless city. "Winter's nearly here," he said. "We must be ready." She nodded. "We will be. You have done much, Jon Snow. The people trust you." "They trust you," he replied. "They follow you, even when they're afraid. I wish they did not have to be afraid at all." He brushed a lock of silver hair from her face, a gesture old as time. "You are what this city needed, Daenerys. You're not your father. You're not even your brother. You're you." She leaned into him, breathing the scent of snow and steel, of home. "And what are you, Jon Snow?" He smiled, rare and shy. "I am yours, if you'll have me. But the North," she pressed a finger to his lips, "the North will have its say. For now, let us be together." They stood in silence as the city slept, dragons circling above, bells tolling for a world remade. Daenerys felt the weight of the crown, of the city, of the realm. But for one heartbeat, it was not heavy at all. Spring would come, the rains would cease, the dragons would soar, and beneath the Iron Throne, a new world waited to be born. K. Thunder boomed over Blackwater Bay, lightning forking across the night, as if the gods themselves warred above the city. Wind lashed the towers of the Red Keep and rain battered the dragon perch, where Drogon crouched, wings mantled over his back, nostrils steaming in the cold. Daenerys Targaryen stood within her solar, gazing at the storm. Each flash illuminated her face, pale and determined. The flickering light cast shadows that stretched along the ancient stones. Shadows of a crown, shadows of dragons, shadows of memory. She waited for word from the Westerlands. Each day brought new tidings, lords who bent the knee, castles surrendered, but always, somewhere, a new pocket of resistance. The gold roads ran red. The last sons of Lannister blood declared for old debts, clinging to the past as if it could save them from fire and steel. Tyrion wrote letter after letter, each line a thread in a web of mercy and threat. Davos argued for patience, Sansa for caution, Grey Worm for decisive violence. She remembered her father's fate, his city in flames, the pyres of innocence. She remembered her brother's whispers in the darkness. "We are owed the world." She remembered her own long walk across the world, from the manse in Bravos to the temple of the Dosh Khaleen, from the fighting pits to the fields of Astapor. The rags, the chains, the blood. Every path led here. Every step forged a harder queen. When the bells rang that night, she thought at first it was the wind howling. But it was alarm, cries rising from the city's heart. Grey Worm was at her door before the echoes faded, sword in hand, armor gleaming with rain. "Assassins, your grace. In the lower city. The crowd is frightened." She followed him, her steps swift and silent. The dragons were already moving. She felt them in her mind, hunger and rage surging, the bond as sharp as winter air. Missandei found her in the corridors, her cloak pulled tight. The gold cloaks are holding the line, but there are fires in the fish market. They say someone tried to kill Samwell. Daenerys stopped, cold and furious. Is he safe? He's with Arya. She's already found 2 of the attackers. Davos caught up at the stair. It's not just the city. There's a ship in the bay. No colors, running silent. Gendry's men found it, but the harbor's a maze. If there are more. Daenerys pressed her hand to Drogon's brow as she emerged into the rain-slick courtyard. Let them come, she said. We are not afraid. She climbed atop his back. The city spread before her, torches like embers in the storm. Rhaegal swept low over the rooftops, flame licking at his jaws. Viserion perched atop the sept, wings half spread, eyes like molten gold. She flew first to the market, Drogon's scream splitting the night. The crowd scattered at her approach. In the glare of his fire, she saw armored men fighting through the stalls, slashing at gold cloaks, hacking their way toward a cluster of children and the robed figure of Samwell Tarly. Arya was a shadow among them, her dagger flashing as she felled one. Then too, her movements swift and merciless. Blood pooled in the mud, washed away by the rain. Yield, Daenerys called, her voice echoing from the clouds, the Valyrian in her words crackling with power. The attackers hesitated. One man hurled a spear. Drogon snapped it from the air, his tail lashing, teeth bared. Arya drove her dagger into another, twisting free before he could fall. The last man threw down his sword and knelt, head bowed. Grey worms unsullied bound the survivors, dragging them before the queen as she landed. Samwell, drenched but whole, pressed a hand to his chest. They wanted the maester's chain, your grace. They said the new world had no place for old oaths. Then, she looked into his eyes. Fear, yes, but courage too. You have done your duty, Samwell. You have nothing to fear from me. Arya wiped her blade clean on her sleeve, eyes never leaving the prisoners. They're not from the city. The coin in their pockets is Braavosi. Someone wants you dead, Daenerys, and they know we're watching the docks. Who? Asked Grey Worm, his voice rough. Arya knelt beside the last attacker, whispering words only he could hear. He spat blood, glancing at the dragons overhead. A crow with no wings, he hissed, the phrase strange and cold. From the east. Davos frowned. Braavos, or one of the free cities? Daenerys glanced skyward. It does not matter. We will find who sent them. No one threatens my people with impunity. Then? She ordered the prisoners to the dungeons. The city locked down. The docks patrolled. Rhaegal and Viserion circled above the bay, their eyes burning in the night. Drogon landed atop the Red Keep, his body a shield between her and the world. She climbed to her chambers, hair plastered to her face, hands shaking. She was tired, bone deep, but the fire in her heart would not let her rest. Jon met her in the corridor, torchlight flickering. He looked drawn, his eyes dark with worry. You're hurt, he said softly. She shook her head. Only angry. They would kill Sam. They would kill anyone to see me fall. He touched her arm, his fingers rough and warm. The world is slow to change, but it is changing. The people saw you tonight. They saw you defend them. They saw the dragon, she replied, bitterness on her tongue. They saw you. I saw you. Then, his hand stayed on hers a moment longer, then dropped away. I'll double the guards. Arya will find the rest of them if there are any. Rest now. I'll watch the city from the walls. She wanted to pull him close, to let herself lean on his strength. But she had learned too well what it was to stand alone. She let him go, watching his shadow vanish down the hall. The next day, the sun rose with weary light. The storm had broken, the city shining and raw beneath the dawn. Small folk gathered in the squares, speaking in hushed voices, gazing up at the dragons with new awe. Daenerys summoned her council, her mood grim. There are those who would see the realm in ashes, he said. Bravos, Pentos, the old lords of Westeros. They think the queen is weak, divided. They are wrong. Tyrion shuffled his papers, his eyes sharp. If Bravos moves against us, it will not be with assassins alone. They control the gold, the ships, the banks. Let them come, she replied. Let them test themselves against dragons. Davos coughed. A war on two fronts is no small thing. If the West rises again while Bravos cuts our trade, we must finish the West first, Sansa said, voice cool. Before the snows close the passes, then we can deal with the bankers. Or bend them to our cause, Tyrion added, with the promise of new debts, new riches. Daenerys listened, then made her decision. Rhaegal and I will ride to the Westerlands. Grey Worm, gather the Unsullied and the best of the Dothraki. Sansa, hold the city. Tyrion, send envoys to Bravos. Remind them how quickly fire can melt gold. She left at midday, Drogon and Rhaegal wheeling overhead. The Unsullied marched in columns, banners snapping. Spears gleaming. The Dothraki rode wild, their laughter carrying on the wind. Gendry and his Stormlanders guarded the rear, wary of traps. The march was slow, every mile hard-won. The fields of the Westerlands lay in ruin, villages gutted, castles bristling with defiance. At Casterly Rock, the last true Lannisters barred the gates, their banners faded, but proud. Daenerys sent word. Surrender and live. Resist and burn. The answer came on a shaft of arrow fire, the walls alive with archers. For 3 days, the dragons circled, their roars shaking the very stones. On the 4th day, Daenerys rode Drogon to the highest turret, fire boiling in his jaws. Dracarys, she whispered. The gate melted, iron running like wax. The defenders fell back. Shields up. But the dragons did not finish the work. The Unsullied surged in, capturing the gates. Daenerys herself strode through the smoke, her hair streaming, eyes bright with purpose. The last Lannister lord, a boy of 12, golden-haired, trembling, fell to his knees before her. Please, he begged, spare my family. Daenerys knelt, her own memories sharp as daggers. I was once a child in exile. I know what it is to lose a home. Yield, and you will keep your life and your name. Resist, and you will lose both. He bent the knee, and the city was hers. Word spread like fire. Casterly Rock taken. The last lion cub kneeling to the Dragon Queen. Other strongholds fell in quick succession. Some without a fight, some with blood. The gold roads ran thick with the dying, but always Daenerys offered mercy where she could. Lords and small folk alike were brought to her, some sullen, some grateful, all awed by the dragons and the queen who rode them. In the west, Daenerys rebuilt. She called for the children of the fallen, gave them bread, shelter, new names if they wished. She set her council to repair the mines, reopen the forges, melt the gold for the realm's debts. In every market, she spoke of justice, not vengeance, of unity, not fear. Ravens flew from King's Landing, messages from Sansa and Tyrion, news of Bravos stirring, ships massing in the east. Arya sent word of a faceless man in the city, a warning sharper than any blade. Jon wrote from the north, the ink smudged by cold, his words full of longing and warning. Something comes, Daenerys. The world grows strange again. She pressed her hand to the page, felt the old ache. The road home was never straight, never easy. But the realm was whole for the first time in a lifetime, the old powers bowing to a new queen. One evening, in the shadow of the broken rock, Daenerys climbed to a high balcony, the wind sharp with salt and the scent of rain. Rhaegal and Drogon circled above, their shadows long and wild. She looked east, to the land she had crossed, to the ghosts of her past. She looked west, to the green fields, the empty castles, the war she had nearly lost. She was alone, but never truly. The city waited. The realm waited. The dragons would fly, and she would return. The Iron Throne hers by right, by conquest, by fire and blood, and perhaps something gentler. The night fell soft at last. The storm passed, the future uncertain but hers to shape. She stood at the balcony until the stars came out, dreaming of a dawn no storm could darken. Oh, ah. She returned to King's Landing with rain on her shoulders and the banners of a dozen surrendered castles folded in her satchels. The city scent was different now, fresher, tinged with the warmth of new fires, rather than the choking ash of conquest. The crowds that once parted in fear now pressed close to watch her ride, children shouting her name, vendors lifting fresh-baked bread and salted fish in hope or tribute. Daenerys saw suspicion in some eyes, but in others, especially the young, something like pride, as if her presence was a story they could claim as their own. Drogon landed atop Maegor's holdfast, his claws chipping ancient stones, wings outstretched against the dawn. Rhaegal swept the sky in slow, lazy circles, the green of his scales catching morning sunlight, and Viserion greeted her from the western ramparts, eyes bright as coins. For a moment, she stood between them, the wind tangling her hair, the power and peril of her rule alive in every beat of her heart. Inside the Red Keep, her council waited, Tyrion first, leaning over maps, hands ink-stained, eyes sharp and tired. Sansa beside him, her features tight, her dress plain, the pale wolf of House stark gleaming silver at her collar. Davos wore the badge of Master of Ships, his expression weathered as driftwood, and Missandeia's smile was quiet, watchful, never quite at rest. Arya was there too, as always, sitting apart from the others, knife in hand, boots muddy from some errand in the gutters of the city. They rose as she entered. Tyrion spoke first. The Iron Bank has recalled half the realm's loans. Braavos sends ships, not armies, but they come fast. Pentos too has aligned with their interests. Promises of gold, old grievances rekindled. There is talk of embargoes, of closed harbors from the Jade Gates to the Arbor. Daenerys took the seat at the head of the table. They believe dragons care for gold. Dragons eat what they will, Sansa said. But gold buys sells words, and hungry men will follow any flag that pays. Davos coughed. Storm's End is ready, my queen. We've built new cogs and refit the old Dromons. We can blockade the Blackwater or burn a fleet in the mouth of the narrow sea. But every ship at sea is one less to carry grain if the winter deepens. Missandei slid forward a sheaf of parchment. The docks whisper of spies. Some merchants say there are faceless men among the Braavosi crews. Arya only nodded. It's true. Not all faces are what they seem. They may be here already. Daenerys listened, the weight of command pressing heavier than any crown. Send envoys to Old Town and Sunspear High. Remind them that we are one realm now, not a tapestry of rival kings. Offer trading rights, open the city's storehouses. Let them see our strength and our mercy both. Sansa, write to your bannermen. Share what you can with the southern lords. We do not hoard. We do not starve the weak. Ben? And Braavos? Tyrion pressed. If they want war, let them see the cost, Daenerys answered. But send a ship of my own, under white sails, with the banner of peace. Let them hear my voice, not only my dragon's wings. If they will meet, I will meet. If not, we prepare. Arya's eyes flickered. If they move against you, let them try, Daenerys said. But I will not strike first. She stood then, the meeting ended, her mind already reaching ahead, beyond the horizon. She spent the morning walking the city, attended only by Missandei and Grey Worm. At the ruined sept, she found children at play, singing a song of dragons and wolves. She knelt beside them, listening, letting them plait ribbons of red and black in her hair. A baker gave her a sweet roll without charge. A blind beggar pressed a silver coin into her palm, murmuring words of blessing in High Valyrian. Daenerys pressed the coin back, doubling it. Her smile real for the first time in days. She visited the new library rising on the Street of Sisters, where Samwell Tarly stood amid scaffolding and dust, organizing scrolls and instructing young apprentices. A kingdom that reads is a kingdom that remembers, Your Grace, he said, brushing plaster from his sleeve. The maesters grumble, but they teach. She laughed, remembering his first days in Marine, the shy way he had spoken of books and the power of words. Make this a place for all, Sam. Teach the lords, but also the cobbler's sons and the whore's daughters. He bowed, his cheeks red with pride. I will, your grace. I swear it. That evening, she found John at the city walls, looking northward, as if he could see beyond the black water, through woods and mountains and snows, all the way to Winterfell. He was dressed for travel, his sword buckled at his side, his wolfskin cloak clean but worn. You're leaving? She said, her voice soft but certain. He nodded. I must. The wall has sent a raven. There are deaths in the haunted forest. Things moving at night, old bones stirring. The wildlings are afraid. If I do not go, they will not trust the realm's peace. Daenerys placed a hand on his arm. Take men, take supplies. Send word if you need dragons, if you need me. Joan's face broke into a small, crooked smile. You have a realm to rule. I have you, she answered. If I lose the north, I lose everything. He took her hand in his, rough and gentle. You will never lose me. But I must do this. Menero. She nodded, unable to speak for a moment. The city stretched beneath them, the domes and spires of a kingdom reborn. They stood together in silence, until the torches below flickered to life and the shadows stretched long. He left at dawn. Sansa and Arya rode with him as far as the King's Road. Arya silent but watchful, Sansa formal but tender in her farewells. Gendry rode at Jon's side, his hammer slung across his back, promising to return with news of the coast. Daenerys watched them go from the highest tower, her heart torn between pride and dread. The dragons wheeled overhead, restless as the winds. She spent the following days in feverish activity, counsel, judgment, letters, listening to the city's needs. She sat with the small folk in the market, visited the sick in the city's new houses of healing, blessed newborns in the septi. She summoned the heads of the guilds, masons, smiths, merchants, apothecaries, speaking plainly, promising justice and fair wages, listening as they spoke of their needs and fears. I am not here to be worshipped or feared, she told them. I am here to serve. The dragons are my shield, not my fist. But know this, if you break faith with me, if you betray the city, you will answer for it. Some eyes narrowed. Some faces brightened. Most bowed, murmuring oaths of loyalty. A city could not be changed in a single season, but Daenerys saw the small changes take root. News from the north was grim. Jon wrote of empty villages, of animals slaughtered but not eaten, of symbols carved in the snow. Sansa's letters spoke of cold winds, frightened children, ancient songs sung in the long halls. Even Bran's missives grew stranger, filled with warnings of doors opening and memories waking in the stones of the earth. But in the south, spring pressed forward. Crocuses bloomed on the hills, the orchards of the Reach sent barrels of cider and apples, the docks filled with ships from Pentos and Lys. The envoys from Bravos arrived at last, pale, proud, sharp-eyed men in dark velvet, faces unreadable. They met in the throne room, beneath the 1,000 swords of Aegon's chair. Daenerys wore black and red, her hair in tight braids, her crown set low on her brow. Tyrion stood at her side, Grey Worm and Missandei behind. The Bravosi made their demands. Repayment in gold, control of the harbor, the right to name their own magistrates in the city. Daenerys listened in silence, her eyes as cool as the narrow sea. I will pay my debts, she said. But the city is mine. The realm is mine. I will not sell my throne for any sum of gold. No. The Bravosi eyed the dragons, then the crowd of small folk and lords behind her. Gold is stronger than fire, one said. She smiled. Slow and terrible. No, gold burns, fire endures. The negotiations stretched for days, threats veiled in courtesy, offers countered with promises of trade. Tyrion played the game as if born to it, smiling at every slight, turning each demand into an opportunity. In the end, Braavos agreed to a new treaty: lower tariffs, a moratorium on old debts, and an annual tribute of ships and grain in exchange for a place at the Queen's Council. Daenerys hosted a feast to mark the peace. She raised a goblet of arbor red, her words ringing across the hall. Let this night be the first of many. Let Braavos and Westeros share not only gold, but hope. Let the world see what is built, not what is burned. The lords cheered, some grudgingly, some with true delight. The dragons roared from the battlements, shaking the hall with their triumph. In the quiet that followed, Daenerys wandered the gardens, lantern in hand. Missandei found her near the orange trees, their scent thick in the air. You have done what none before you could, Missandei said softly. The city heals. The realm bends to your will. Daenerys looked up at the stars, the ghost of her old life flickering in her mind. There is always more to do. Always another battle. Missandei smiled. You do not fight alone. You never have. For a time, Daenerys let herself hope. She let herself imagine a future not shaped by vengeance, but by mercy. A realm at peace, dragons at rest, the wheel broken and rebuilt into something new. She imagined Jon returning, the north secure, the snows at bay. But as the moon rose, a raven landed on her shoulder, black as coal, eyes bright with secrets. She took the message from its leg, Bran's seal. The ink cold and hurried. The dead have risen in the woods beyond the wall. They are not as they were. Some old magic moves with them. Daenerys closed her eyes, felt the world tighten around her. The peace she had forged was fragile as glass. The old enemy had returned, not a usurper, not a banker, not a bitter lord, but the darkness from beyond the end of the world. She called her council, her voice calm, her eyes burning. We ride north, she said. We take the dragons, the best of our men. The realm is not safe while the dead walk. We end this, now and forever. Tyrion nodded, his face pale. Sansa and Arya stood together, united by old fear and new resolve. Grey Worm and the Unsullied prepared for war, and Gendry hammered new blades in the forges. The dragons sensed her mood, their eyes wild, their bodies trembling with anticipation. She rode from the city at sunrise, leading an army not of conquerors but of survivors. Behind her flew the banners of every house: Stark, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, Tyree, even Lannister. The dragons soared above, their shadows racing over field and mountain, their cries echoing the promise of fire and rebirth. As they crossed the neck, the air grew colder, the sky grayer. The people of the north came out to watch, some kneeling, some raising torches against the chill. At Winterfell, Jon awaited her. His face changed, older, sterner, but his embrace as fierce as ever. In the great hall, Bran's eyes met hers, ancient and unfathomable. The world turns, your grace. The long night comes again. Denderwansi. Into fall. Daenerys placed her hand on Drogon's head, her heart steady. Then let us bring the dawn. Outside, the wind howled over the battlements. The fires of a new war burned on the horizon, but for the first time, Daenerys did not feel alone. The realm stood with her. The dragons flew with her. Her people believed, and she would not fail them. She looked to the frozen north, to the shadow beyond the wall, and marched into legend, her heart ablaze in the dark. Ning? The ground north of Winterfell trembled beneath the weight of the host, assembled. Smoke curled from makeshift campfires as the armies of a united realm took shelter beneath battered banners and frozen skies. The low mutter of 1,000 voices rose and fell in the darkness. Talk of home? Of lost kin? Of dragons seen wheeling against the sun? Snow drifted down, wet and heavy, smothering tents, cloaks, even the clank and whicker of the horses as the hours crawled toward dawn. In the great hall of Winterfell, Firelight danced across ancient stone and new faces. Daenerys stood at the head of the long table, her hair loosed about her shoulders, a mantle of black and scarlet fur thrown across her back. She studied the maps splayed before her, the inked lines and rough tokens marking the last known movements of the enemy, if enemy was even the right word for what rose beyond the wall. On either side, the leaders of Westeros stood in uneasy alliance. Jon Snow, armor dulled by use, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. Sansa Stark, her face pale and drawn, but her bearing unbowed. Arya. Fingers tapping the pommel of her blade. Gaze always turned toward the windows and the night. Bran's chair sat beside the fire. He seemed smaller, hunched in furs, his eyes lost to the flames. Yet when he spoke, the hall hushed. "They come as a tide," he said, voice flat and dreamlike. "From the frozen lakes east of the Gift, from ruined castles and silent forests. There are more than before. The North remembers, but so do the dead. They are led by no king, but by will, cold, relentless. They do not speak, but they listen." Davos, grizzled and tense, set his fist upon the table. "We've salted the passes and burned the dead as you commanded. The wildlings hold the forests, and Gendry's men have mined the roads. Still, they slip through. Folk disappear from the far villages every night." Tyrion, his hand wrapped around a goblet of sour northern ale, nodded. "The Braavosi envoys are already gone south, Your Grace. I told them to take word to Old Town, Sunspear, and Gulltown. No point in hiding what's coming." "Then?" Sansa spoke then, voice strong. "Winterfell stands as it did before. My men are loyal, they'll hold the walls. But the people..." She hesitated, then went on. Daenerys' gaze swept the room. "Fear is no failing, Lady Stark, but hope is stronger. I have seen what the dead can do. At Korth, at Marine, on the Dothraki Sea. Fire is their bane, and we have fire aplenty." At the mention of fire, the dragons roared beyond the gates, shaking snow from the ramparts, their cries half a threat, half a challenge to the endless night. Grey Worm and the Unsullied stood ready in the yard, their spears set, shields black with ice. The Dothraki rode out each morning, sweeping the hills, returning with tales of frozen whites shattered by the dragon's flame. Jon stepped closer to Daenerys. "The men trust you," he said quietly, "even if they don't say it. You're their hope, Dany, not just your dragons. You." She offered a faint smile. "Then let us prove worthy of it, for their sake and for all the living." The first attack came with the moon at its zenith. A silent surge across the snows, the undead massing at the edge of the Godswood, shadows among the ancient weirwoods. No trumpets, no screams, only the faint crunch of ice beneath dead feet. Bran's ravens rose in a flurry, circling, crying, their wings ink against the snow. The warning reached the walls moments before the first shouts. Arya ran ahead, ghost-like, her hair streaming behind her. Davos and his men lit the pitch barrels, the flames painting the battlements gold. Above, Drogon and Rhaegal soared, the thunder of their wings a summons to the living. Daenerys mounted Drogon at the gates, Jon on Rhaegal. She met his eyes in the storm of snow and cinders. "If we fall, the realm falls. We must hold the walls, whatever comes." He nodded, sword drawn, the wolf on his breastplate silvered with frost. Together, the dragons plunged into the night, their fire sweeping the field, illuminating hundreds, thousands, of whites below, their eyes blue as broken ice. The first wave died screaming, blackened bones collapsing in the snow, but others surged after, heedless, climbing over the charred bodies of their kin. Grey Worms unsullied braced in lines, spears leveled, their discipline unbroken, even as the dead crashed against their shields. The Dothraki rode in mad, fearless charges, axe flashing. Gendry smiths had forged new blades, black as night, sharper than hope. Every swing sent another corpse to shatter in the dark. Sansa watched from the walls, issuing orders. Her voice steady through the tumult. Arya was everywhere at once, leaping from shadow to shadow, her dagger red with firelight. Samwell fought from the ramparts, his breath coming in terrified gasps. But he did not run. Drogon swept the field, fire spilling from his jaws. Rhaegal fought beside him, wings battering the storm, flames licking at the dead. For a time, it seemed the living might hold. But the dead did not tire, did not bleed, did not retreat. They came, an endless tide. Bran sat beneath the heart tree, the roots black with snowmelt. Eyes rolled back in vision. Daenerys felt him calling, felt the ancient magic stirring, cold and deep as the earth. The old gods and the new were silent, but Bran was not alone. Ravens massed above him, circling, calling out. The weirwoods bled red sap, weeping for the dying. At the height of the battle, as the wall was nearly overrun, Daenerys felt a pain in her chest, a pull, sharp as a knife, ancient as sorrow. Drogon screamed, bucking beneath her. She looked down and saw a figure among the dead, tall and wrapped in shadows. Its eyes not blue but empty, dark as a starless night. It was no white, but something older. Bran's words echoed in her mind. There are things deeper than death, colder than winter. She urged Drogon down, flames bathing the ground, but the figure strode through fire untouched. The dead parted for it, clustering at its feet. Daenerys felt fear, cold and raw, knotting her stomach. Jon saw it too, wheeling Rhaegal close, sword blazing with the reflection of dragonfire. The figure raised its arms. The dead rose higher, climbing the walls, throwing themselves upon the defenders. Grey Worm's line broke, reformed, broke again. Davos fought at Sansa's side, blood streaming from a cut on his brow. Daenerys landed before Bran, interposing herself and Drogon between the boy and the darkness. The ancient figure's face was hidden beneath a cowl, its voice a hiss like wind over graves. "Queen of Fire," it whispered. "Breaker of chains, will you kneel or will you burn?" She summoned every ounce of courage. "I have burned before. I rise from fire. You are nothing but cold and death." Drogon roared, his fire billowing over the figure, but the flames curled away, shrieking, swallowed by shadow. Bran's voice broke through, strong and strange, his eyes glowing. "The roots run deep, Daenerys. Hold fast." Arya appeared at Daenerys' side, blood and frost caked on her brow. "It's a white king," she breathed. "The first. He wears no crown, but he leads them. We have to cut him down." "No." Jon leapt from Rhaegal's back, sword in hand, snow swirling about him. "Daenerys with me." Together, they charged. Arya darted ahead, blade flashing. But the shadow knocked her aside, sending her tumbling across the snow. Jon's sword struck the figure, sparks flying, but the steel shuddered, barely biting. Daenerys felt Drogon's rage building, her own fear kindling into fury. She reached for the fire within, the old Valyrian words on her tongue. "Dracarys." The flame erupted, white and pure, laced with some new power, a mix of her blood, her will and Bran's ancient magic, channeled through her. The shadow screamed, writhing, its form burning at last, the dead around it faltering, limbs falling slack. Bran cried out, his ravens swirling, the weirwoods groaning in the wind. The shadow shrank, shriveled, dissolved into ash and snow. The tide broke. The dead wavered, then collapsed, falling as one, brittle as old wood. The silence that followed was absolute, a shroud over the field of Winterfell. Daenerys stumbled, her breath ragged. Drogon's wing draped over her. Jon was at her side, sword forgotten, his hand warm on her arm. Arya limped toward them, grinning through bloodied teeth. Bran opened his eyes, ancient and sad. the snow melting at his feet. Sansa lowered her bow, blinking away tears. Davos stared at the broken corpses, his face gray with disbelief. "They're gone," Arya breathed. "The dead are gone." Jon pulled Daenerys close, and in his arms she shook with exhaustion and relief. The fire within banked at last. All through that long night, the people of Winterfell came from the darkness, blinking, wounded, but alive. The fires of victory burned bright, and songs rose from the battered halls. Gendry carried wounded men to the healers. Sam and Missandei tended the dying. Sansa moved among her people, her hands steady, her voice gentle. Daenerys sat with Jon beside the ramparts, watching dawn break over a world remade. The dragons rested at their feet, eyes half closed, the last warmth in a winter-broken world. Bran joined them, wheeled by Arya, his face thoughtful. "You saw the old magic," he said quietly. "You kindled it, Daenerys. Not just with dragonfire, but with hope." She nodded, unable to speak. The cost was still sinking in. So many dead, so many lost, yet the world endured. Jon held her hand, thumb tracing circles on her palm. "It's done," he said softly. "You did it." "We did it," she answered, her eyes bright with tears. Winter lingered, but in time the snows would melt. The dead would be buried, the walls rebuilt, the fields sown again. The realm had faced the dark and survived, not just by sword or flame, but by unity, by courage, by the promise of something better. In the weeks that followed, Daenerys ruled from Winterfell, the Iron Throne far away but never forgotten. She listened to the North, its old ways and new hopes. She walked the fields with Jon, watched the dragons hunt above the green hills, sat with Sansa as plans for rebuilding took root. Arya vanished again, setting off beyond the maps. Gendry was named Lord of Storm's End, but stayed near, helping forge new tools for a kingdom at peace. Bran watched with his knowing, distant eyes, as if measuring the shape of what was yet to come. The day Daenerys finally returned to King's Landing, the city met her with songs and banners, a hero's welcome earned not by conquest, but by sacrifice. She ascended the throne not in fire, but in spring's sunlight. The realm gathered around her. Stark and Tyrell, Baratheon and Martell, Lannister and Tarly, and all the banners of the realm. The dragons circled overhead, shadows on sunlit stone. The city trembling not with fear, but with hope. She sat the Iron Throne, and this time it fit. The realm was hers. The future was hers. The wheel, broken at last, began to turn anew, shaped by fire and blood, by mercy and unity, by the promise that darkness could always be driven back by dawn. Oh, the city blossomed as never before. Shaking itself from winter's grip. Streets scrubbed by rain. Alleyways warmed by sunrise. The scent of tilled earth drifting on the morning breeze. In every quarter of King's Landing, new life flickered. Shopkeepers painting their doors, mothers laughing in the squares, little girls skipping with ribbons of red and black. The wounds of siege and hunger had not vanished, but everywhere Daenerys looked, the realm seemed to breathe again, released from a long-held gasp. Above it all, the dragons glided, their shadows trailing over roof and market, distant thunder to remind the world who ruled. She walked among her people, unescorted save for Missandei, her hair loose and silver in the light, her boots muddy with city dust. Bakers pressed honeyed bread into her hands. A smith with a bent nose bowed so low his knuckles scraped the stones. Daenerys smiled, listened, bent to touch a feverish brow, to accept a nosegay of wild mint from a tiny, one-eyed boy. Each word, each gesture, braided itself into her memory. She did not forget. The road from exile to throne had been too hard for that. Every promise she had spoken in the heat of battle she meant to keep, though the cost was measured in sleepless nights and furrowed brows. When she returned to the Red Keep, she summoned her council. Tyrion lounged at the end of the table, ink staining his fingertips, a sly smile playing about his lips. Sansa arrived in riding leathers, cheeks wind-burned, hair pinned in a crown of braids. Davos' voice, gruffer than usual, carried news from the docks. New ships built, grain unloaded, talk of peace spreading up and down the Blackwater. Samuel Tarley, ever faithful, brought scrolls on taxation, laws, and the founding of a great university. A dream already sprouting from stone, its library shelves filling with rescued tomes. Daenerys listened, questioned, measured, approved. Let the city have a week's festival, she decreed. Feast and games for all, not only the lords and merchants. I want the banners of every house flown on the walls, and the children fed till they burst. Sansa's mouth quirked with surprise. The North will send barrels of mead then. We'll out-sing and out-drink you all, your grace. Tyrion lifted his cup in toast. A wise queen understands the uses of joy. May the realm never forget this day. In the weeks that followed, color returned to the city's cheeks. The bells rang for marriage and birth, not war. Gendry rode through the streets, a banner stitched by Arya fluttering at his back. The hammer of storms ended his belt. Davos oversaw the return of fishing boats, haggling for fair prices and honest weights. Maesters from Old Town arrived, suspicious and awed in equal measure. Their eyes darting from the dragons sunning themselves atop the ruined sept to the queen dispensing bread from the hands of children. In the shadowed corners, not all was peaceful. There were still pockets of unrest, men muttering in smoky taverns, lords writing seditious letters in candlelit chambers, some remembering the days when gold, not mercy, ruled. Daenerys answered quietly, sending Missandei and Arya to listen, to warn, to persuade. Once or twice, Grey Worms unsullied found a knife in the dark. Each time Daenerys mourned the necessity, but she did not flinch. Peace was a garden that must be weeded, and she would not let her city rot from within. Jon's absence lay like a shadow across her joy. North of the neck, Winter's claws lingered. His letters arrived, careful and spare, filled with the cadence of snows and silent hills, with news of wildlings taking up new homes, of the Watch thinning its ranks, of Bran's dreams and Arya's letters home. Sansa read them aloud before the council, her voice steady, though Daenerys saw the longing in her eyes. As the festival neared, Daenerys herself climbed the Hill of Rhaenys, where the new library was taking shape. Samwell greeted her, breathless, covered in sawdust, a parchment tucked behind one ear. He led her through halls echoing with the ring of hammers and the scrape of stone. Every book is a torch, he told her. Let us make the world blaze with learning. She paused beside a window, watching the city below, the dragons circling, the banners unfurled. A world where none are chained by ignorance, Sam. Let's build that, too. Then, on the day the festival began, the city woke before dawn. Laughter echoed from the market squares, and the riverbanks were strung with lanterns and garlands. Daenerys rode Drogon above the city, Rhaegal and Viserion sweeping at her side. From above, King's Landing looked almost whole. Scars faded by light and time, the promise of spring shimmering in the haze. She landed in the great square, dismounting before a crowd of thousands. She raised her hands for silence, her voice clear as bells. People of King's Landing, people of Westeros, today we remember the darkness, but we celebrate the dawn. This city stands because you stood. These banners fly because you endured. Today, all are one. Today, all are free. The cheers rang out, wild and real. Sansa poured northern mead. Arya raced children through the lanes. Tyrion lost himself in games of wit and wine. Gendry wrestled smiths for casks of cider. Davos sang with the sailors, his rough voice outshouting even the bravest captains. Missandei and Samwell opened the first shelves of the library, letting eager hands clutch at books older than the city itself. Late that afternoon, as Daenerys watched the crowd swirl, a messenger arrived from the north. A boy on a lathered horse bearing Jon's seal and Bran's tight, crabbed hand. She read the letter once, twice, her brow furrowing, and handed it to Sansa without a word. Sansa's face went pale, then grim. Jon is returning. Sansa said, voice low. But something moves in the woods beyond the wall. Bran writes of old spirits stirring, magic that hungers for the world of men. He says the tree roots are restless, that the long night broke the world, and what sleeps beneath it dreams again. The festival turned strange that night. Lanterns burned blue, winds whipped through the alleys, and in the far distance, thunder rolled over the bay. Daenerys gathered her council by torchlight. We will meet Jon at Moat Cailin. We bring the dragons. We bring every hope. But I will not let fear rule the city again. Tyrion nodded, sober for once. Let's not let a shadow fall where light has only just returned. They rode out at dawn. Daenerys atop Drogon, Sansa on a gray northern mare, Arya somewhere ahead in the woods, Gendry and Davos and Missandei at her side. The banners of every house fluttered in the morning sun. The dragons soared above, vigilant and fierce. The neck was green with spring. Wildflowers bent underfoot. By the time they reached Moat Cailin, Jon's host had arrived. A ragged, fierce band of free folk and sworn brothers of the Watch. Armored knights and bearded wildlings, all marching under the wolf banner. Jon himself waited at the causeway's end, ghost beside him, the direwolf's red eyes reflecting the sun. Bran sat in a rough-wheeled chair, cloak billowing, eyes distant as the wind. They embraced without words. Grief and relief mingled. In the council tent, Bran spoke first. The power that stirred the dead is not gone, only broken. Something ancient wakes in the earth. Old gods, old wounds. There are dreams of roots twisting in the deep, of rivers running backward, of fires that burn cold. If it is not met, it will grow. Sansa frowned, brushing snow from her sleeve. Can it be fought, or only endured? Bran's eyes flickered, old and strange. The blood of the dragon, the blood of the wolf, the magic of the living. Only together will it sleep again. That night, Daenerys dreamed of roots clutching stone, of a sky choked with crows, of dragons circling a mountain of bones. She woke before dawn, shaking. Jon was at her side, his touch warm, voice steady. We'll face it, Dany. As we face the dead, we'll face it together. They marched north, the realm united, through haunted woods and shadowed hills, with dragons wheeling and the banners of dragon and wolf flying side by side. Bran led them to a clearing beneath ancient weirwoods, where the air itself thrummed with power. There, Daenerys knelt beside Jon. Bran before them, Sansa and Arya standing watch. She felt the roots of the world beneath her palms, the old magic singing in her veins. Drogon and Rhaegal and Viserion landed close, heads bowed, their breath steaming in the twilight. Bran spoke words in a tongue older than Valyria, and Daenerys answered in fire. Jon in blood, Sansa in hope, Arya in steel. The dragons roared, the trees groaned, the earth shook. A shape rose from the darkness, not living, not dead. A thing of roots and bone and storm. Daenerys stood, her crown bright in the dusk. You have no place in the world we build, she called. Sleep. Let the living dream. The power clashed, cold and heat, shadow and flame. The realm shuddered, but Daenerys held fast, her hands entwined with Jon's, the dragons encircling the old power, Bran's voice a thread of fate binding earth and sky. At last, the shadow broke, the roots retreating, the land sighing in relief. Bran slumped, exhausted but alive. The sun rose, bright and new, washing the clearing in gold. They returned south with peace in their hearts, the old wounds healing. King's Landing greeted them with cheers, the city reborn. Daenerys sat her throne in a hall filled with banners, the dragons curled at her feet, Jon at her side, Sansa and Arya standing guard. Bran watched, silent and knowing, the realm safe for a time. There would always be shadows, always be battles, but the realm had chosen hope. Daenerys ruled not with fear, but with promise. A promise kept, a dawn earned, a world remade. Ka. High summer bled into autumn with a gentleness Westeros had nearly forgotten. The days turned golden, The nights mild, and the city glowed in late sunlight, streets bustling from dawn until moonrise. King's Landing became a patchwork of color: wine-red cloaks and green surcoats, small folk wearing ribbons for their favorite lords, Dornish silks fluttering beside northern wool. The dragons slept on rooftops, basked on the Sept's broken dome, and sometimes wheeled through the sunset, children chasing their shadows and singing in awe. In the Red Keep, Daenerys ruled with a steadiness that surprised even her closest council. Her presence became routine, her judgments just. She spent hours each week with Samwell and the maesters, learning the law and the ledgers, the flow of goods from every corner of the realm. Tyrion's voice became lighter. Davos' gruffness softened. Gendry took to the smithy as often as the council chamber, and Sansa's laughter, seldom heard for so long, sometimes drifted from the open windows. Missandei kept the ledgers with the same diligence she once reserved for translation, her sharp mind uncovering fraud, her compassion soothing disputes. But Daenerys herself never forgot the taste of exile. She rode the streets each week, sometimes cloaked and veiled, walking alone among her people. She listened at market stalls, shared bread with laborers, helped patch roofs in the ruins of Flea Bottom. When she saw an orphan girl shivering in rags, she knelt and wrapped her own cloak around her shoulders. "We begin with one kindness at a time," she said, and the girl's smile followed her for days. At the first chill, a new council was called. Sansa brought news from the north: barley heavy in the fields, sheep fat and healthy, but a sickness among the children of Last Hearth. Gendry reported a record harvest in the Stormlands. Davos, a narrow escape from pirates off the Stepstones. Tyrion, whispers of gold changing hands in Lannisport, and old lords eyeing the shadows. Samwell's great library was now open, and already 100 apprentices had come from as far as the Arbor to read, study, and debate. Arya returned, wind-blown and sun-browned, bearing scars and stories from beyond the sunset sea. She arrived in the night, a wolf at her side, and walked into the council chamber without fanfare, her eyes sharp and laughing. She brought with her rare seeds and stranger tales, of islands where men wore feathers, of rivers that sang in the rain, of ships with sails of woven grass. Daenerys listened with rapt attention, her curiosity boundless. The weeks rolled on, peace holding. Festivals were held for the harvest, processions of lanterns at dusk, markets overflowing with figs and apples, musicians from Lys and Bravos playing in the city squares. Daenerys led the great procession herself, Drogon pacing at her side like an overgrown cat, Viserion and Rhaegal spiraling overhead. The streets filled with laughter, and every door was open. Yet not all was tranquil. Shadows grew long as the days shortened. Missandei found coded letters hidden among the ledgers, warnings of a cabal in Old Town plotting to unseat the queen in favor of an ancient claim. Tyrion brought word of a rogue sellsword company mustering in the Reach, hiring out-of-work knights. Sansa received a letter sealed with the dire wolf, news that a cousin had vanished near the ruins of Harrenhal. Samwell reported a theft from the vaults, a book of prophecy missing for a fortnight. Daenerys called her council at dusk. The war room hummed with tension. "We have faced the dead and prevailed," she said. "We have faced hunger and survived. But peace is never won for good. It is a harvest we must reap every year." Tyrion proposed sending agents to Old Town. Arya already vanished on the errand before the sun rose. Davos prepared a convoy of ships for the Reach, Gendry forging new blades and armor, Sansa penning letters to every bannerman, demanding loyalty and information. Missandei redoubled her search through the books and ledgers, her mind a net cast for secrets. Jon returned that week, his hair longer, eyes ringed with fatigue but alight with pride. The north was secure, he reported, the wildlings building their first true settlements along the Gift. "There's no king in the north," he said. "There's only the queen and her promise." He and Daenerys walked the ramparts at sunset, the city spread at their feet. "You have changed this place," he said quietly. "You have changed me. I only gave what was owed to all, not just the highborn." She replied, "You gave your life to the wall, Jon. What do you wish for now?" He hesitated. Peace. A home for the wildlings. A world where children don't fear the night. Ben? She smiled. Then stay. Be my sword, my counsel. Be whatever the world needs with me. He brushed his hand against hers, awkward and honest, the north still in his touch. I am yours. Winter's edge sharpened, frost glinting on window panes, but the city held fast. The dragons slept curled together, their breath fogging the gardens. One morning, Viserion circled low over the harbor, roaring. Ships from Pentos and Volantis lay at anchor, their captains bringing tribute and trade. The Bravo Sea envoy, a sly woman with silver hair, negotiated for land along the river, and Daenerys agreed, on her terms for fair taxes, never for gold alone. Arya sent word. Old Town's cabal broken, the ringleaders fled or dead. The stolen book recovered. Sansa's cousin reappeared. Shaken but unharmed, the story of her capture twisted by rumor before she ever returned to Winterfell. The sellswords melted away, having heard the dragons had been seen in the Reach. A single glimpse enough to turn their loyalty to caution. At solstice, a storm rolled in, battering the walls, uprooting half the tents on the hillsides. Daenerys walked the city in the rain, cloak plastered to her back, boots squelching through puddles. She found gray worms unsullied helping an old woman whose roof had caved. Gendry and his smiths writing the fallen sign at the tavern. Samwell reading to a circle of shivering children in the library's entryway. Daenerys stood with her people, no longer a distant queen on a dragon's back, but flesh and blood, hope and will. She remembered her mother's lullaby in the house with the red door, her brother's promises, Khal Drogo's laughter, Jorah's dying oath, and the faces of all she'd lost. She remembered the taste of fear and hunger, the ache of exile, the heat of battle. She remembered and did not flinch. On the last night of the year, the bells rang across King's Landing, not for warning, but for welcome. The great hall filled with every face from her journey. Dothraki warlords, northern spearwives, maesters, bakers, children from the ruined streets, Sansa's red-haired wildlings, Gendry smiths, Arya in wolfskin, Tyrion with a cup in each hand, Davos grinning, Samwell beaming. Samwell beaming! The dragons dozed on the balcony, moonlight shimmering on their scales. Jon sat beside her, his arm around her shoulders, ghosts beneath their feet. Sansa toasted the realm, may we know peace and keep it. Tyrion toasted Daenerys, Queen of Hope, Breaker of Wheels, Mother of Dragons, and Mother of the Realm. Arya toasted the road yet to come, may every shadow meet its match. Daenerys stood, holding her cup high. I once crossed deserts and seas with only hope and hunger as companions. I found kin in strangers, family in the broken, and strength in all who refused the darkness. This realm is ours because we dared to dream it so, and because we fought for each other. Let us never forget what we survived. Let us never become what we defeated. Let the dawn we made together shine forever. They cheered, voices raised in one great tide. For a moment, every fear and sorrow faded. The city blazed with torches and song. Lovers danced beneath the arches. Children twirled on the stones. The dragons' voices joined in a distant, sonorous chorus. Winter would come and go. Threats would rise and fade. But for that night, the realm was whole and at peace. As Daenerys looked out over her people, tears brightened her eyes. Not of grief, but of gratitude. She had claimed the Iron Throne with all three dragons alive, but what she cherished most was not the crown or the city, not the fire or the power, but the world she had made possible. A world where hope burned brighter than any flame. A world born not from ashes, but from the dreams of all who called it home. A.K. The wind off the bay carried the tang of salt and wood smoke. The last warmth of autumn, lingering as Daenerys stood alone on the highest rampart. The city spread below in a tapestry of light and laughter. From the harbor came the chime of rigging. From the distant streets the hum of music and song. Far above, Viserion's sword, his pale wings flashing gold in the sunrise. A banner that all could see. Rhaegal basked atop the sept, tail curled over broken stone. while Drogon slumbered at the foot of the Queen's Tower, his breath rising in slow, contented clouds. For the first time in years, Daenerys felt something close to peace. A stillness at her core, a sense of belonging. Behind her, the city woke. Bakers and masons, fishwives and goldsmiths, the city guard turning out for their morning patrol, bells pealing from the Sept of Baelor. In the yards below, Arya practiced with a cadre of city youths, their wooden swords thwacking in cheerful rhythm, her laughter ringing out above the clamor. Samuel hurried through the archways, arms full of ledgers, already late to the library's morning lesson. Sansa strode the gardens with Missandei, their voices soft, weaving plans for the coming harvest feast. Tyrion lingered over breakfast in the council chamber, a ledger in one hand, a cup of summer wine in the other, his wry smile never far from the surface. Daenerys turned from the city to the river beyond, watching the slow, sure drift of trade barges toward the sea. The world was changing, as it always did, but this time, it changed under her hand. Ships from Old Town and White Harbor unloaded books and spices, fresh bread and apples. Barges from Dorne brought pomegranates and yellow wine. Grain flowed from the Reach, and the gold of Casterly Rock funded roads and aqueducts, not mercenaries. The city hummed with life, stitched together by trade and trust. Her mornings were devoted to justice. Each day, in the throne room open to all, she heard the grievances of lords and small folk alike. A merchant accused of watering wine, a hedge knight contesting a stolen field, a grandmother pleading for bread. Daenerys listened, weighed, judged. Her sentences were as often tempered with mercy as sharpened with warning. She built her justice on the promise that brought her here. No one, highborn or low, would be overlooked. Between hearings, she walked the city's bones. She traced the old scars of fire and war. Saw the gardens Sansa had coaxed from ruined streets, the wells Davos men had dug, the new houses rising where once there had been rubble. In Flea Bottom, she ate boiled cabbage with tanners and blacksmiths, learning their worries, laughing at their jokes. She visited the new library, its tall windows streaming sunlight, apprentices arguing philosophy as Samuel beamed in pride. She wandered the quiet corridors of the House of Healing, where Gendry's hammers rang, and Arya sat beside the wounded, telling stories of the far side of the world. In her private hours she wrote letters, hundreds of them, her words carrying hope and warning across the realm. She thanked lords for their loyalty, chided those slow to send their grain, offered aid to those facing hunger or flood. She penned notes to Jon in the north, news of the city, questions about the wildlings' first harvest, wishes for the snows to be gentle. Sometimes his answers were brief, only a scrap of poetry, a pressed flower, a drawing of ghost curled before a hearth. Sometimes he wrote at length, describing the quiet triumphs of a rebuilt world, the laughter of children at play, the beauty of dawn on the Frostfangs. Each letter was a thread pulling the north and south closer, until the realm felt whole in her hands. Autumn's peace did not pass unchallenged. One morning, Tyrion arrived bearing a letter from the Iron Islands. Asha Greyjoy demanded a council, threatening to close her harbors if her ships were not granted open trade and freedom from the crown's tariffs. In the same hour, a raven from Dorne warned of a dry river and failing wells. News arrived from the Riverlands, old lords of House Frey plotting to reclaim lost lands, bandits gathering in the bogs. Daenerys convened her council beneath the great glass windows of Maegor's Hall. Sunlight caught the dust in the air, dancing between her counselors as they bent to the work of peace. Tyrion drafted a new trade charter for the Iron Islands, lower tariffs, in exchange for ships in the Royal Navy, the promise of gold for every bale of reach, barley ferried to Winterfell before the first snow. Sansa wrote to the Lady of Sunspear, inviting her to King's Landing, promising engineers and masons to repair the wells and canals. Arya offered to ride for the Riverlands with a handful of Northmen and Dothraki outriders, promising to parley or hunt, as the situation required. Gendry offered steel, Samwell books, Davos advice and stories, Missandei calm clarity, as she balanced the promises of the past with the demands of the future. That evening, As the city dined by lantern light, Daenerys found herself alone in the gardens, candle in hand, the air rich with the scent of rain and crushed time. She wandered the winding paths, her mind spinning with worries, each solved problem sprouting two more, every kindness risking new resentments. But she would not trade this web of burdens for the empty triumph of conquest. To rule, she realized, was to care, to ache with every wound of the realm and to heal it. Day by day, even knowing the work would never end, Jon arrived at First Frost, bringing with him the scent of pine and snow and wood smoke. He found Daenerys beneath the boughs of the godswood, her hair braided with red leaves, her hands clasped in prayer. Ghost trotted at his side, tail waving, muzzle gray. The city welcomed him with cheers and bells, and that night, a feast was called in the great hall. Daenerys sat at Jon's side, the high table crowded with laughter and song. Sansa toasting the harvest, Arya challenging Gendry to a foot race, Tyrion and Davos deep in a contest of riddles. When the feast was done, Jon led Daenerys onto the balcony above the hall. The city stretched beneath them, torches twinkling, dragons asleep on their towers. "You've made this place home," he said, his voice soft, his arm gentle about her shoulders. "You've made a world worth fighting for." She leaned into him, heart full. "I could never have done it alone." He smiled, the old shadow lifting from his eyes. "We never do. Not truly." Days shortened, frost silvered the city walls, and with the first snow, Daenerys summoned her people to the square before the Red Keep. There she knelt beside a blind girl, placed a crown of wildflowers on her head, and declared the beginning of the Queen's peace, an amnesty for petty crimes, a festival for all, a week when the city gates would remain open. No tolls, no taxes, food and fire for every soul. The crowds roared, swept up in joy, and for 7 days, King's Landing seemed a city of dreams. During those days, Arya rode back from the Riverlands with news. The old Freys, confronted with Northmen and Dothraki, had melted away, their ambitions doused. Sansa and Lady Tynay of Dorne returned arm in arm, smiling, their disputes solved over honey cakes and long walks in the orange groves. Gendry forged new swords for the city watch, their hilts inlaid with tiny dragons and wolves. Samwell's apprentices put on their first play in the square, a comedy of dragons and kings that left the crowd in stitches. One night, after the city had settled to sleep, Daenerys and Jon walked the ramparts, snow falling soft as feathers. They spoke little, content in the hush, watching the dragons dream beneath the stars. Daenerys paused, her hand warm in Jon's. "Do you remember when all of this was only a wish?" He nodded, eyes bright with memory. "It's still hard to believe some mornings." She smiled. "Promise me if I forget what it was to hunger, to hope, to be afraid. You will remind me." "I promise," he said, drawing her close. "And you, remind me what it is to dream." Spring would come again, and with it, new trials, new wonders. But that winter night, the city rested in peace, and so did its queen. Her heart full, her dragons close, the realm safe beneath her hand. Hope did not end in the conquering. It lived and breathed, growing with every small mercy, every dawn. And in the heart of King's Landing, where 3 dragons dozed atop the towers, Daenerys Stormborn dreamed not of war, but of the 1,000 little joys she had won for her people, and of the better world yet to come. Ha. Snow crept down from the hills and powdered the roofs of King's Landing, softening the battered stones, muting the rumble of carts on the high street, coating every alley and lantern with the hush of winter. Smoke curled in gray ribbons from the chimneys, mingling with the dragonfire haze drifting from the sept's broken dome, and the city moved at a gentler pace. Boots muffled in slush, market shouts dampened, the laughter of children rolling snowballs along the black water's banks. Daenerys rose each morning to the world transformed, her window panes laced with frost. She wore furs lined with soft northern wool, her hair braided thick against the cold, and kept a brazier burning near her writing table. Drogon slept across the Queen's Tower courtyard, so large now his tail wrapped halfway around the broken fountain, his breath steaming through the night and sending crows scattering from the parapets. Rhaegal hunted the frost wilds of the Kingswood, leaving the city to sleep beneath Viserion's silent vigil on the ramparts. She found comfort in the city's slow rhythm. Samwell's library became a refuge for those fleeing the wind. Apprentices huddled around braziers, reading by firelight, Sam's own laughter echoing as he scolded a page for dropping ink. Missandei ruled the household with unflappable calm, trading recipes for winter soup with the cooks, organizing spinning bees in the halls. Sansa moved through the city like a quiet queen in her own right, distributing food and firewood, checking on the repairs to the eastern wall, her red braids glinting against the snow. In council, news arrived from every corner of the realm. Gendry smiths forged iron stoves for the poor of the city, and Davos managed a fleet of small boats, ferrying supplies upriver where the roads were impassable. The north sent barrels of salt fish and hard bread, and Dorne's oranges filled the markets with their sharp scent. The bright fruit traded for hides and wool. Even the Ironborn at last honored their new treaties, sailing into port with barrels of pickled fish and pearls in exchange for fair weather and peace. Tyrion delighted in the snow, throwing open the windows of the council chamber and declaring a contest to name the first snowman in the Red Keep's gardens. He lost his purse to Arya, who built a wolf beside the queen's rose bushes, its tongue lolling in triumph. The city's winter festival, once a memory of darker years, was reborn. Daenerys presided over torchlit dances in the square, watched the bakers contest for the finest honey bread, rode Drogon low over the rooftops to let children marvel at his wings. Lanterns shaped like dragons floated down the river each night, carrying wishes scrawled by small hands, hopes for spring, for health, for a mother's safe return, for enough bread and warmth until the snow melted. The festival reached its height with the lighting of the great fire in the square. Daenerys and Jon stood together, the crowd pressing close. Davos carried the torch, Arya held the first brand, and Sansa scattered wildflowers on the stacked logs. Daenerys spoke to the city, her voice strong above the wind. This fire is for all of us, for the warmth we give each other, for the hope that no night will last forever. Drogon's roar answered her, thunder rolling through the city, and when the fire caught, every face glowed gold in the darkness. Afterward, Daenerys walked among her people, listening to their stories. An old washerwoman pressed a scarf into her hands. For the queen who keeps the city warm. A girl from the Stormlands recited a poem, her voice shaking. A fisherman gifted her a shell polished to the color of Viserion's eyes. These small kindnesses she treasured, adding each to her tally of reasons never to rule by fear alone. As winter deepened, threats came softly, like frost under the door. A letter arrived from the Golden Company in lies, an offer of alliance in exchange for coin and the promise of marriage to a Targaryen, some distant cousin long thought lost. Tyrion scoffed. Sansa eyed the words with suspicion. Arya asked to track the messenger, and Daenerys burned the letter without reply. A minor lord of the Westerlands tried to raise a flag of rebellion. Gendry rode out with 50 city guards and a company of Dothraki Kadai. By the time he returned, the would-be rebels had thrown down their swords and begged pardon. Daenerys greeted them in the throne room, listened to their grievances, forgave the families, and set the lord's lands to be tilled for city grain, the people themselves to be fed from the harvest. Mercy in winter, she told the council, is remembered long after the snow melts. Tyrion agreed privately that a soft hand often worked better than a sharp blade, but he also doubled the watch on the city gates and ordered Arya to keep an ear to the wind. In the quiet nights, Daenerys wrote to Jon. His responses grew longer, filled with tales of wildland children learning to ride, of snow leopards glimpsed beyond the wall, of the North's long memory. We have peace, he wrote, but peace is only as strong as the love and labor we give it each day. I dream of returning south, not for a crown but for you. On the eve of the new year, a hush fell over the city. Daenerys stood atop the Tower of the Hand, snow swirling about her. Drogon slept behind her, his tail twitching in his dreams. She gazed out at the streets, lanterns flickering, music wafting from every inn. the distant laughter of children. Missandei joined her, silent for a time, then spoke. "You have given them hope, your grace. It is worth more than any crown." Daenerys smiled, her breath fogging. "I was given hope once, when all was lost. It is a gift we must pass on." Jon returned with the first thaw, Ghost bounding ahead, his fur tipped in frost. The city turned out to greet him, banners flying, songs rising. Daenerys met him at the gates, her heart leaping at the sight. "Winter's done its worst," he said, folding her into his arms. "But we're still standing." In the weeks that followed, the world shifted again. The library opened its doors to the city's children. Arya organized patrols for the safety of travelers. Sansa planned the first spring market. Tyrion and Gendry oversaw the repair of the aqueducts. Davos arranged for new fisheries on the river. And Missandei started schools in each quarter, teaching letters and numbers to any who wished to learn. The realm felt, for a time, unbreakable. One evening, Daenerys walked the riverbanks as twilight turned the sky to silver. She listened to a farmer teaching his son to fish, to old men playing tiles on the docks, to a priestess singing an old Valyrian hymn. She watched the dragons circle and land, their wings folding as gentle as gulls over the rooftops. A little girl, shy and silent, pressed a note into Daenerys' hand. "Thank you for making my dreams come true." She kept it folded in her sleeve, a talisman for dark days. The snows receded. Shoots of green pierced the mud, flowers pushing from cracks in the stone. The city came awake in a riot of color, banners and laughter and bells. The first ship, from across the narrow sea, docked in the harbor, its crew blinking at the dragons sunning on the quay. The city filled with the sense of spices and adventure. Peace, Daenerys knew, was no longer a fragile hope, but a living thing, fiercely guarded by all who had fought for it. The day spring finally arrived. Daenerys stood upon the steps of the Red Keep with her council arrayed behind her, the dragons glimmering in the sun. She looked upon her people, crowds from every corner of the realm, the banners of Stark and Martell and Targaryen waving side by side. She spoke of memory and mercy, of the power of unity, of the world remade not in fire but in patience and love. The city roared its answer, joy and faith echoing from every stone. Daenerys smiled, Jon at her side, Sansa and Arya and Samwell flanking her, Tyrion and Davos trading jests, Gendry grinning, Missandei shining. The dragons raised their heads and sang, a chorus to welcome the world's new dawn. Peace was not an end. It was a beginning, demanding, precious, always unfinished. In that bright morning, as the realm looked to its queen, Daenerys knew she had claimed not only a throne, but a future. And for as long as dragons soared above King's Landing, the dream she had carried from exile would live in every heart she had freed. Oh, Kai. Spring broke over the city in 1,000 shades of green. Tender shoots unfurled between the stones of the great Sept's ruins. The gardens behind the Red Keep blazed with early irises and daffodils, and the scent of orange blossom drifted in from Dorne, clinging to every gust of wind from the south. King's Landing breathed easier than it had in a generation. The last stains of war swept from its walls and alleys, its old wounds softened by moss and music. Daenerys awoke to the sound of birdsong and the chime of distant bells. She moved through the morning with unhurried grace, nodding to servants and guards, greeting the kitchen girls by name, listening to the latest jokes from Tyrion, who now held informal audiences on the sun-warmed steps outside the council chamber, a cup of sweet wine in one hand, a lap full of petitions and jesters' letters in the other. Missandei greeted her at the garden doors, reports and good news in hand. The docks bustling with trade, the granaries full, the wildlings' first grain shipment arrived from the gift. In the halls, Arya's laughter rang out, startling two starchy maesters as she reappeared from a journey up the Trident, a satchel full of curiosities and stories. The council met under a sky so blue it hurt the eyes. Sansa sat at Daenerys' right, her face wreathed in a rare, unguarded smile as she described the North's first spring lambing in years. Davos recounted a near disaster on the docks, a fire put out with quick thinking and Dothraki muscle. Gendry's hands were black with grease. the smithy humming day and night, as he and his apprentices cast plowshares, nails, and new hinges for half the city. Samuel Tarley beamed as he passed out scrolls. A revised charter for the new city schools. A census showing infant mortality halved in a year. A tally of books donated from every corner of the realm. Daenerys let herself simply listen. She felt the peace like a pulse running beneath her skin. Alive, tentative, miraculous. She missed Jon, who had returned to the north to see the wildlings' new fields, and Bran, who sent only rare, cryptic letters from the Isle of Faces. But she felt no loneliness. Everywhere, her people were building, mending, learning to trust. She walked the city that afternoon, Missandei at her side, a dozen guards trailing at a respectful distance. In Flea Bottom, children danced around a maypole strung with ribbons. In the Street of Silk, brothel doors were thrown wide for a festival. There were jugglers and tumblers, actors mimicking the councils, bickering with riotous exaggeration. Daenerys laughed until she cried as a tiny girl in a painted dragon mask solemnly handed her a loaf of sweetbread shaped like a three-headed beast. She visited the library, where Samuel was teaching a group of orphans to read, his voice patient and cheerful. One girl asked about dragons, her eyes wide as moons. Daenerys knelt, told her the story of Drogon's hatching, of hope born from fire and fear, and watched the little ones lean forward in awe. Near dusk, as lanterns were being lit, a rider arrived from the Stormlands, news of a minor plague, fever burning through a riverside village. Daenerys sent Gendry with healers and supplies, Tyrion with a promise of gold and food, Arya ahead to see the truth of it and bring back word. She herself spent the evening with Davos, drafting letters for the lords of the Reach and Dorne, offering aid and requesting seed grain, the circle of kindness unbroken. That night, as rain began to fall softly on the city, she sat on the balcony outside her chambers, watching the dragons sleep in the mist. The air was full of petals and thunder. Jon's latest letter was in her hand, a story of wildlings learning the plow, of a great white bear glimpsed at dawn, of his longing to see her face in spring. She wrote her reply by candlelight, promising she would come to the north soon, that she missed the wild hills, the chill that cleared her mind, the simple comfort of his arms. As the days grew warmer, news arrived from the frontiers. The Dothraki herds multiplied on the river plains near Maidenpool, bringing horses and cheese to market. The Dornish sent fruit and silk, the Ironborn new ships, the North its first barrels of honey in years. Sansa sent Arya to treat with the mountain clans, who returned gifts of obsidian and song. Missandei arranged a council of city leaders from every trade and guild, stonemasons and bakers, glassblowers and perfumers, who met to draft a code of fair wages and open markets. A faint threat lingered, as always. Rumors of pirates at the Stepstones, whispers of a new sellsword company in the Free Cities, a shadowy letter from Lys warning of plots against the realm. Daenerys answered them not with fire but with readiness, sending out riders and envoys, strengthening the watch, bringing Dothraki and unsullied captains into her inner circle. Let them plot in darkness, she told Sansa. We will meet them in the light. The festival of spring was set for the first day the roses bloomed. The city awoke before dawn. Processions wound through the streets, musicians played in every square. A feast for all was held in the shadow of the Red Keep. Daenerys rode Drogon above the city as the sun rose, scattering rose petals from her saddle. The dragons wheeled above, their cries echoing joy rather than fear. Bells rang from every tower. Children darted through the crowds. Arya and Gendry danced before the great steps as Sansa and Missandei handed out flowers and sweets. That night, as the stars spilled over the city, Daenerys gathered her council in the lantern-lit gardens. She spoke of hope, of gratitude, of the 1,000 hands that had built this peace. Tyrion toasted her, voice thick. Not all rulers have known mercy or learned it. This realm stands because you did. Jon returned before the moon had waned. He rode through the gates at dawn, mud-spattered, his hair wild, Ghost at his side, his face alight with relief. Daenerys ran to meet him in the courtyard, and the city cheered as she embraced him, the dragons trumpeting overhead. That night, they walked the city hand in hand, listening to music, sampling sweet wine and warm bread. trading stories with strangers who hardly seemed to believe their own fortune. In the weeks that followed, peace held. The city healed, families reunited. The dragons soared farther afield. Arya rode north with Jon and Sansa, determined to see the ice break on the lakes near Winterfell, to teach wildling girls to use a bow. Missandei took charge of the city in Daenerys' absence, her calm voice and steady hand inspiring confidence. Tyrion managed the council, Davos the docks, Gendry the forges, Samwell the library. The city did not falter. It thrived. Daenerys found herself once more in the wild north, atop a hill above Winterfell, beside Jon and Ghost, watching the sunrise set the world on fire. She saw fields plowed by wildlings and Northmen together, children flying kites shaped like dragons, banners of Stark and Targaryen side by side. She closed her eyes and breathed in the cold, felt Jon's arm around her, heard the distant roar of a dragon echoing across the sky. Peace, she thought, is not an end, but a choice. One made and remade each day, as fiercely as any battle. Spring at last had come. In the city she called home, in the realm she had remade. In every heart that beat with hope, Daenerys' dream lived on. Vivid, fragile, burning, and alive. Ka. Dew clung to the stones of the Red Keep, sparkling in the gold of morning, as Daenerys stood in her window, breath clouding the air, watching the city she had remade come awake. Even now, seasons after her dragon's triumphant flight over the battlements, the peace seemed both impossibly fragile and as rooted as the bones of Old Town or Winterfell. She pressed a palm to the cold glass, felt the thrum of life below. Carts rattling along the street of flour, bells from the docks, the distant, rhythmic clang of Gendry's hammer. A knock at her door. Missandei entered, smiling, arms full of correspondence. Grain tallies from the Reach, river news from River Run, a new census of the wildling settlements in the north. The school at the Dragon Pit reports 100 new readers this month, Missandei said, eyes shining. The maesters in the East Market say there are more girls learning their letters than ever before. She set the scrolls at Daenerys' desk, hands gentle. You should see them. One read me a story of a queen and 3 dragons yesterday, all in the common tongue. Daenerys smiled, the warmth settling in her chest. I want to visit them soon, after council. Downstairs, the hall buzzed with a chorus of voices. City notables, ship captains, apprentices, counselors, a wildling girl newly arrived from the gift. Sansa was already present, cheeks pink with cold, hair swept up in a silver net. Tyrion stood on a bench, making the chamber laugh with an impression of the High Septon, arms flailing, voice squeaky. Arya leaned against a pillar in her leathers, arms crossed, eyes bright with mischief. Gendry and Davos debated iron prices with a Dornish merchant, Samwell translating a letter for a Lyseni trader. The council began with laughter but turned quickly to business. Sansa spoke first, the North's spring sowing ahead of pace. Flocks thriving, wildling villages growing. The Night Fort is inhabited again, at last, she said. They've rebuilt the kitchens and set up a school. There's even a baker. She glanced at Daenerys, pride and challenge mingling in her smile. Tyrion had news from the Crownlands. Bandits west of Harrenhal are gone. Arya's riders found their camp, and the bandits found the wisdom to flee when they saw unsullied banners. His eyes twinkled. Trade along the river is brisk. Gold cloaks complain the city's too peaceful. Some are asking for work with Gendry's smiths. Davos reported the fleet's latest. We weathered a squall near the arbor, but no losses. The stepstones are quiet. Volantis sent an envoy. Trade, not war. Men? Samwell's scrolls revealed a map of new schools and libraries, little dragon emblems denoting places Daenerys' reforms had reached. There are now 400 new apprentices in King's Landing alone, and 1,000 more in the realm. He smiled, the joy in his round face open. The children want to know if the Queen will visit them during the spring games. Daenerys made a note. I will, and I want Tyrion and Sam to help judge their stories. Arya smirked. What about the archery contest? Sansa raised a brow. We'll let you compete if you let others win. Just once. Daenerys listened, then addressed the council. There are threats, as always. A letter from Braavos claims a plot in Pentos to raise a false Targaryen claimant. I will send envoys. And a warning. We answer rumors with truth, not with fire. No. She ordered Gendry and Davos to reinforce watch on the docks, Arya to investigate whispers of coin changing hands in the Street of Sisters, Sansa to pen a letter inviting the Braavosi envoy to see the city's new courts and schools for himself. We rule by example, not by fear, she said, meeting each gaze. When the council ended, she walked through the city on foot, cloak trailing, boots muddy from spring's thaw. Children followed her, grinning, carrying baskets of bread and wildflowers, their laughter trailing behind. She stopped at a bakery rebuilt from ruins, tasted a roll shaped like a dragon. She greeted old women spinning wool, shared tea with a blacksmith and his wife, watched Arya play stones with orphans in the market square. At the library, Samuel was reading aloud from a history of the conquest, his voice weaving stories of kings and queens, dragons and stags. And then the queen built not only roads and bridges, but hope. He finished, closing the book. The children applauded. Daenerys stepped forward, cheeks flushed from the cold. What do you want to read next? She asked. A boy in a patched tunic answered, Tell us about the dragons, Your Grace. She sat on the floor, her skirts pooling, and began, When I was a girl, dragons were only bones in a dusty vault. But I believed, and when the time came, I hatched them from stone and fire. That's how all new things are born. In hope, in courage, in a little fear too. Her words kindled the circle of faces, and when she finished, the children swarmed her, clutching her hands, promising to write new stories for her to read. Returning to the keep, she found Tyrion and Sansa discussing a problem. Smugglers on the Honeywine, trying to evade New Harbor dues. Let's offer a fair rate, Daenerys said. Invite them to trade openly. If they refuse, Arya can chase them to the arbor. That evening, the city hosted its first spring games. Every child was welcome. Races in the square, banners streaming, archery, songs, stories, cakes handed out by Missandei, Sansa and Daenerys, judging poetry and riddles. Arya coached a motley band of orphans to victory in the sprints. Gendry presided over tug-of-war. Tyrion laughed until he nearly fell off the dais. The games ended in the gardens beneath lanterns. The dragons circled overhead, glowing with the last light. Daenerys stood before her people, Jon beside her. Head returned to dusk, hair tousled, cheeks red from wind, Ghost at his side. My reign began in fire and sorrow. She said, voice ringing out. But peace is the hardest, bravest work of all. We win it each day with every kindness and every dream. Let the world know King's Landing is a city of hope. Of dragons? Yes, but also of books and laughter. The people cheered. The bells rang. The city itself seemed to glow. Tyrion led a toast. Arya sang an old song from the north. Samwell read a poem written by one of the library's new apprentices. Sansa handed Daenerys a crown woven from the first spring flowers, and Jon pressed her hand, his eyes shining. When night fell, Daenerys walked the ramparts. Below, King's Landing glittered. Lanterns along the river, children's laughter in the distance, dragons sleeping on sun-warmed stones. She leaned on the cold parapet, Jon's arm warm around her, and watched hope unfurl over her city. A living, breathing thing, brighter than fire, stronger than any throne. She knew shadows would always return, new threats would always rise. But she also knew, as the city dreamed beneath her watchful gaze, that she had built something no one could burn. A world remade from mercy, courage, and the stubborn, everyday miracle of peace. The sun rose over King's Landing like a promise, painting the mists of Blackwater Bay with strokes of pink and silver. Daenerys stood on the balcony of her solar, one hand resting on the stone balustrade, the other curled loosely around a cup of steaming tea. The gardens below burst with color. The first wild roses, pale lavender irises, the pink explosion of apple blossoms where only ash and broken brick had been 3 years ago. The city was changed, made new in ways no conqueror could have foreseen. She watched the baker's children tumble through a spray of petals, heard the music of hammers from Gendry's forges, the shouts of sailors at the harbor, the bells of a wedding procession winding its way from the sept. Inside, the air hummed with purpose. Missandei greeted her with news. Grain shipments arrived from the Reach and Dorne, the last of the winter debts repaid. 3 more ships from White Harbor, heavy with saltfish, wool, and a delegation of Northmen bringing gifts for the Queen. In the council chamber, Samwell's voice competed with Tyrion's wit, both punctuated by Arya's low laughter as she cleaned her sword with a scrap of silk she'd won in a bet from Sansa Day. Gendry had mapped out a new district for smiths and masons. Davos had drawn up plans for the river's next great dock. And Sansa, her face serene, her eyes knowing, brought news of fresh alliances among the mountain clans. Daenerys took her place at the head of the council, sunlight gilding the white streaks in her hair. "Begin," she said, her voice soft but firm. Tyrion started with the usual. Trade tallies, tax collections, news from the free cities, rumors of unrest in Pentos, whispers that the Golden Company was still seeking a cause and a crown. "We're watching them," he said, voice dry. "They're watching us." The usual dance. Then, Samwell's scrolls told of better news. More children living past their first year than ever in the city's memory. Clean water in the hill districts. Healers learning both Old Maester's medicine and the new tricks, brought by the Dothraki and free folk. "A girl from the docks just won the city's first poetry contest," Sam said, unable to keep the pride from his voice. "She wrote about the dragons." Davos spoke of the river. No pirates in 2 months. 2 new fishing towns petitioning for charters. "I'd like to see a second ferry crossing at the Honeywine. It'll have the time to Old Town." Sansa, in her calm northern voice, relayed news of the first apple harvests in the north in 10 years. The children of Carhold, learning to read by the same lanterns as their southern kin. "We'll be sending barrels of cider if the crown will have them." Daenerys nodded, her eyes kind. "Send them, and thank your bannermen." Arya leaned forward, the sun catching a pale scar at her temple. "Word is the sellswords in Lys are stirring, but not for Westeros. I can take a look if you wish, see if any old enemies are making new friends." Daenerys smiled. "You have my leave. Take Gendry with you. He's learned to blend in well enough now." The council broke for midday meal. Daenerys spent the hour in the gardens, eating bread and cheese with Missandei, listening to the laughter of children, breathing in the scents of spring. Tyrion brought her a cup of summer wine, sat at her feet, and read out a new poem from the city's school. A child's ode to the dragons, awkward and sincere. "You've built something none of us ever truly believed possible," he said, his tone unusually gentle. "A city that isn't only afraid. A peace that lasts." She looked to the city, saw her dragons basking on the domes of the old sept, their wings trailing in the dust, and she let herself believe him. "We all built it. It holds because they want it to hold. Because they know it can." By afternoon, she was at the library, where Samwell presided over a crowd of young scholars. He showed her the latest map. New schools in every quarter, apprenticeships for the poor, classes for girls and boys, lessons in letters and numbers, histories written by those who had once been left silent. She spoke with a girl from Flea Bottom who had written a play about the long night, starring a brave queen with silver hair and a wolf who never left her side. "Will you come see it?" the girl asked. "I promised," Daenerys replied, and meant it. Supper brought news from the realm. Dornish envoys arriving, invitations to visit Old Town and Sunspear, requests for audience from the new Guild of Healers, a letter from Jon in the north. Short, written in his plain, strong hand, telling of a bumper crop and wildlings eager to send scouts south for the festival of midsummer. She kept his words close, her heart steadied by them. As dusk fell, she walked the city streets alone, the guards following at a respectful distance. She paused at a fountain where children splashed and sang, at the smithy where Gendry's apprentices hammered out new weather vanes in the shape of dragons, at the inn where Arya's favorite bard played the old songs. She stopped to eat sweet cakes with a baker's wife who remembered the sack of the city, the hunger and fire, and who now smiled to see her children fed and happy. Later, Daenerys visited the House of Healing, watching Missandei organize the evening's meals and Samwell tend a feverish child. She sat beside a young mother whose infant slept in a cradle, soothed her worries with gentle words, promised to send help if the babe's cough worsened. The mother wept, gratitude raw in her eyes. Night deepened. The city glittered with lanterns and torches. The dragons took flight, their shapes vast and silent above the rooftops. Daenerys walked the ramparts, cloak drawn tight, Joan's letter clutched in her hand. She gazed at the stars and remembered the journey from the house with the red door, from the ashen ruins of Astapor, from the icy fields beyond the wall. Every step, every scar, had led her here. She heard footsteps, turned to see Sansa beside her, hair unbound, eyes softer than Daenerys had ever seen. "They speak your name like a prayer now," Sansa said. Not out of fear, but hope. Daenerys shook her head, half a smile curving her lips. "It is the city they believe in, the peace they have made. We could never have done it alone," Sansa answered. They stood in silence, listening to the wind, to distant laughter, to the dragon's low rumbling as they settled atop the city. Sansa slipped away, and Daenerys remained, breathing in the scent of night-blooming roses, the taste of salt and possibility. Before dawn, she woke to news of a fire in the northern quarter. A baker's home, old and dry, gone up in flames. She dressed and hurried through the streets, Missandei and Davos at her side. The fire was already out. The people of the city gathered, sharing blankets, food, and comfort. Daenerys knelt beside the baker's daughter, soot on her dress, and promised to rebuild the house herself. Gendry organized his smiths. Arya and her runners spread news to every corner. The queen would hold a feast for the quarter, raise a new home by week's end. Tyrion brought bread and coin. Sansa and Samwell marshaled healers and scribes. By sunrise, the city was awake, not mourning, but building. The day became a festival of labor and laughter. Daenerys herself hauled timbers, served food, told stories, held crying children, and comforted those who remembered the last time the city had burned. By nightfall, the new house stood, lanterns blazing, songs rising from every window. As the city settled into sleep, Daenerys walked once more to the balcony above the square. The air was alive with promise, of peace and struggle, of hard work and bright hope. Jon would return soon, Arya would ride again, Sansa would govern, Samwell would teach, and the dragons would soar. Daenerys closed her eyes, letting the city's breath fill her. She had claimed the Iron Throne with all three dragons alive, but it was not the throne that mattered. It was the world she and her people had built together. One act of mercy, one moment of courage, one new dawn at a time. In the hush before sunrise, she made herself another promise. She would never forget what it meant to belong to the city, to the realm, to the hope of all those who lived beneath her wings. K. A single swallow darted through the early light, tracing a silver path above the roofs of King's Landing. Its flight mirrored in the winding waters of the Blackwater. From the heights of the Red Keep, Daenerys watched the bird vanish behind the bell tower of the Old Sept. She lingered at her window, feeling the hush before the city fully woke. The moment when peace was not a song or a dream, but simply the world as it was, soft, still, inevitable. She dressed quietly and slipped from her chambers, down stone corridors, sunlight spilling across tapestries. She paused in the new nursery where Sansa had set up baskets of toys and colored stones. The nursemaids nodded, bowing shyly. A little girl with jet-black curls waved at the queen. Daenerys knelt, tracing a tiny dragon on the child's wooden block, and remembered all she'd once longed for. A home? A place where children could grow unafraid. Are you learning your letters? She asked. The girl beamed and held up a ragged book. I'll read it next time, Daenerys promised, ruffling her hair. She continued on to the kitchens, drawn by the scent of baking bread and lemon cakes. Tyrion was already there, feet on a chair, dictating to a scribe while munching a honeyed bun. Rumor has it the queen rides the city today, he quipped. And the bakers are doubling the bread for fear she'll eat them out of hearth and home. His eyes twinkled, the hard edge in him now softened by years of calm and labor. Your council is waiting. Daenerys joined them in the council chamber. Missandei read out the day's reports. A trade mission from the Free Cities had docked in the harbor. The Braavosi envoy requesting a meeting. Dornish envoys bringing orange blossom wine and silks. Samwell had news from the libraries. Students from the city's poorest quarters now filled 3 halls, girls and boys reciting verse and solving riddles. Davos recounted the tale of a fisherman whose boat had overturned in a storm, only to be pulled from the river by unsullied guards. Now the grateful man wanted to donate half his catch for the city's orphans. Sansa, her copper hair in a shining braid, presented a letter from Winterfell. Snow is melting fast. The wildlings are sowing oats in the new fields. Arya writes that she'll be home for midsummer, with news from the Trident and the Neck. Gendry brought drawings for a new bridge over the Blackwater, one that would unite the city's 2 halves. It'll stand for centuries, he declared. A bridge built for peace, not war. Daenerys signed her name to new laws and new festivals. She sent word to the harbor to welcome the Free Cities envoys, invited the Braavosi ambassador to dine that evening, approved the Bakers Guild's request to host a spring fair. She listened to each council member's petition, then spoke. Let the festival begin on the first day the roses bloom. Let every street hold games and music. Let the dragons fly at sunset. The council broke, laughter chasing away the last of winter's gloom. Daenerys left the keep, mounting a pale gray mare and riding through the city's winding streets. Missandei followed, 2 guards trailing discreetly behind. They passed the new schoolhouse, where children sang a counting song in the morning sun, and the rebuilt granary where bakers handed out honeyed rolls to the city's poorest. At the crossroads, Daenerys dismounted and mingled with the crowd, listening to their stories, sharing news of distant kin, making promises that she meant to keep. She crossed to Flea Bottom, where Sansa was overseeing the opening of a new well. Water splashed into bright copper buckets, and the small folk cheered. Sansa's eyes were full of quiet pride. It will be a hot summer, she said, but no one will go thirsty. They embraced, sharing a wordless understanding of the work never finished. At midday, Daenerys visited the river docks, where Gendry smiths were forging the first links of the new bridge. Sparks leapt as hammers struck. A group of apprentices paused, grinning shyly as the queen praised their work. It will be strong enough for dragons, one boy boasted. Daenerys laughed and promised to be the first to cross when it was done. The afternoon brought an audience with the Braavosi envoy. He was shrewd and soft-spoken, his beard neatly trimmed, his eyes wary. Braavos remembers your grace, he said. The world is watching what you build. Daenerys answered simply, let them see a realm at peace. Let them see justice and learning, not only dragons. Bel. She offered terms for trade, open harbors, low tariffs, the promise that Braavosi ships would always be safe at King's Landing. In return, she asked only that Braavos send teachers and artisans to join the city's new schools. The envoy smiled. Braavos will consider your offer. We know the value of learning. Evening fell as Daenerys returned to the keep. The kitchens bustled with preparations for the feast. Roast fowl, breads, lemon cakes, casks of Dornish wine. She dressed in blue and silver, her hair woven with threads of gold. The great hall glowed with lanterns, the tables set for every envoy, lord and commoner of note. Sansa at her right, Tyrion at her left, Gendry across, Missandei and Sam beside her, Davos leading a toast, the hall alive with laughter. When the meal ended, Daenerys rose to address the gathering. Her words rang clear through the vaulted chamber. A queen may rule by sword and fire, but it is peace that endures. The city you see tonight is the work of every hand. Builders and healers, smiths and scribes, mothers and children. Let no one forget how easily darkness returns, or how precious every morning of peace truly is. You are the dreamers and the doers. You are the realm. The guests cheered, the music swelled, the dragons roared from their perches above the keep. That night, Daenerys slipped away to the highest tower. She watched the lanterns glimmer along the river, the city glowing gold, the bridge's first arches rising in the moonlight. Joan's letter waited on her table, a tale of newborn calves, a wildling boy's first ride, a sky so full of stars, it hurt to look at. She held the letter to her heart, then wrote her reply, vowing to visit the north before the leaves turned. In the hush before dawn, she dreamed of all she had left behind. The house with the red door, the taste of lemon in the warm summer air, the memory of exile turned to belonging. She dreamed of Arya riding home, of Sansa laughing, of Tyrion's cleverness, Sam's joy, Gendry's strength, Missandei's steadfastness, Davos' wisdom. Above all, she dreamed of the city, its wounds healed, its children safe, its promise shining brighter than dragonfire. And when the sun rose again, Daenerys Targaryen met it with open eyes, her heart full, her dragons soaring overhead, and her realm ready for whatever dawn would bring. Caw. Soft summer mist curled off the black water, brushing the city's eastern walls with pearl-gray fingers. From her balcony in the Red Keep, Daenerys watched King's Landing yawn and wake. A city reborn under gentle skies, its towers and roofs gleaming in the pale dawn. The dragons had already flown. High above, their shadows slipped over gardens and tiled domes, so familiar now that no one below cried out in fear. Instead, the city watched with pride. Mothers holding up their children, market boys pointing skyward, every heart remembering the days when fire had meant only terror and now meant, improbably, peace. She dressed simply, pale blue linen and silver, her hair unbound. When she entered the council chamber, sunlight slanted through the tall windows, gilding her council as they gathered around the long oak table. Tyrion, still chewing the end of a quill, scribbled figures on a parchment. Sansa had arrived before dawn, hair braided, eyes bright with northern news. Gendry wiped forge-blackened hands on his tunic, grinning at Arya, who perched beside the window, feet up, eyes alight with mischief. Davos and Missandei finished sorting the morning's dispatches, while Samwell conferred quietly with two apprentice scribes in the corner. Scrolls and ledgers spread before them. The mood was cheerful, purposeful, settled in a way that felt miraculous, as if each of them feared to name their fortune, and so worked all the harder to hold it. "We begin," Daenerys said, and all fell silent. Sansa spoke first, her voice measured and strong. "The North's first barley is in, and the first apples will be ready by the festival. Winterfell's new glasshouse grew lemons for the first time. Alys Karstark sends a crate for the queen." Tyrion gave a wry bow. "The city's coffers are healthy. We've nearly repaid the last of the crown's debts, thanks to trade with Dorne and the Reach. The Braavosi envoy sends a cask of the finest black wine and a request for a lecture from Samwell on dragon lore." Samwell blushed, but nodded. "The university's summer classes are filled. Nobles, commoners, even the Queen's Guard. I've had to hire new teachers." Arya, half laughing, reported, "There's been talk of thieves in the Riverlands, but the Goldcloaks handled it. The city's quiet, mostly. The spring games were such a success that the Orphans Guild wants to host archery and racing contests each moon." Gendry tapped the plans for the Blackwater Bridge. "Foundations are in. Steelwork begins next week. We'll finish by winter, if the storms hold off. The dragons are a fine distraction for my apprentices. Nobody skips work when they might catch a glimpse of Viserion landing on the scaffolds." Missandei's report was crisp. "The healing halls are full, but not with fever. Mostly mothers and new babies, a sign of a city at peace. The summer fair is ready. Markets from Old Town, Lennisport, and even Lys will send wares." Davos spoke last, his voice rough but kind. There's talk in the narrow sea of new pirates, but nothing organized. Our ships run well, and the city's catch of river trout this year is the best in memory." Daenerys smiled at her council. Her friends, her family by choice and trial. She made her decisions quickly. Sansa's lemons to be planted in the keep's gardens. Tyrion's repayment of the last debts to be marked with a citywide day of music and free bread. Samwell to give his lecture in the Great Square. Arya to oversee the orphans' games. Gendry to invite his best apprentices to the next council. Missandei was to write to the free cities, inviting their healers and teachers for the coming autumn. Davos would be sent north to inspect the new fishing towns, with a note for Jon, whose letters arrived now each week. Short, steady, always ending with a wish to return south before the first snow. After council, Daenerys spent the day in the city. She walked the streets with Missandei and Grey Worm, pausing at bakeries, spinning circles with the children who shouted her name, inspecting the new schoolhouse in Flea Bottom, where girls in ragged dresses argued over a lesson on the history of the realm. At the new docks, she found Davos laughing with a crew of young sailors, teaching them knots and listening to their boasts about the fastest catch. In the gardens, Sansa and a handful of northern girls planted lemon trees, while Arya led a race among the children, Ghost loping beside her, his great tongue lolling. Daenerys knelt in the soil, helping set the saplings. "When they bear fruit," she said, "we'll bake lemon cakes for every child in the city." As dusk fell, bells rang out from the sept, calling the faithful to prayer and celebration alike. The markets filled with musicians and dancers, and the city square blossomed with color. Banners in the gold of Lannister, the silver and blue of Arryn, the green and gold of Tyrell, the red and black of Targaryen. The dragons flew overhead at sunset, their shadows long and silent, their flight greeted by cheers. The summer fair became a riot of sound and joy. Missandei poured honeyed wine for the matriarchs of the city's oldest families. Gendry and his smiths displayed blades and horseshoes. Samwell answered 100 questions from curious children about dragons, history, and the old gods. Sansa judged the best pies. Arya the fastest runners. Tyrion wagered and lost and won again, always with a laugh, his goblet never empty. Davos sang a song of the sea and the sun, his voice deep and steady, the children joining in with clapping hands. Daenerys moved among her people, pausing for every greeting, every story. She blessed babies, heard petitions, promised aid for the old and the sick, accepted gifts of wildflowers and new-baked bread. The city's joy was not wild, not drunken, but a deep, humming happiness, the peace of belonging, of wounds healed and a future growing bright. That night, she climbed the steps of the Red Keep and gazed out over the river, its surface silver with moonlight. Ghost found her there, resting his head against her hand. "He misses Jon too," Arya said, appearing at her side, hair wild, eyes shining with satisfaction after the day's races. "He'll be home soon, you know. And you, do you ever miss flying?" Daenerys smiled. "I never stopped, but now, I fly in dreams." Arya grinned, then leaned against her shoulder. "You're the best queen we've ever had." The next morning brought a letter from the north. Jon's hand, plain and sure. Wildlings and northerners planting together, children learning to read, the first snowmelt flooding the shivering sea. "The work is never done," he wrote, "but peace is the best kind of labor. I think of you every night beneath these northern stars." Daenerys tucked the letter away, heart warmed, and went to meet the day. There were more petitions, more news. Traders from Pentos seeking entry, a singer from Bravos seeking patronage, Gendry's apprentices petitioning for a smith's holiday after the bridge's completion. She approved what she could, smiled, listened, made promises and plans. At dusk, the city's bells pealed once more. She walked the bridge as the first stones were set, leaving a coin for luck, her council at her side, the city gathering behind her. The dragons wheeled above, fire and shadow in the fading light. She gazed at her realm, children playing in the river, markets closing, lovers walking the lanes, every window warm with lamplight, and felt the peace as real as any crown, as bright as any dragon's flame. When night fell, Daenerys stood again at her window. the city sleeping beneath her, the future wide and shimmering. She thought of all that had been lost, all that had been won, and of the long, quiet labor of holding peace, not with fear, but with hope. Her dragons dreamed above her, and her people dreamed below, and Daenerys, queen of the Seven Kingdoms, whispered a silent vow that they would wake always to a gentler dawn. A.K. Dawn came soft and gold, laying a warm haze across the spires of King's Landing, turning every dew-soaked flagstone and windowpane to amber. The city breathed with the unhurried pulse of summer, bells chiming from the old sept, bakeries spilling the scent of rising bread into the waking streets. From the highest perch atop the Queen's Tower, Daenerys watched the day unfurl, her eyes keen and steady, hands folded around a letter written in Jon's strong northern hand. News of the wildlings' first crops thriving, of Gilly's boy reading to the elders at the fire, of plans to journey south as soon as the last snows gave way to grass. She read his words twice before tucking them away, smoothing her skirts, and stepping into her day. There was always work. Small and large, obvious and hidden, 100 choices between breakfast and dusk. She walked the halls of the Red Keep, pausing to greet Grey Worm as he drilled the youngest Unsullied in sword forms, to listen as Missandei rattled off a list of grain shipments and new teachers arriving from Lys, to share a smile with Samwell as he chased 2 laughing apprentices through the library's stone corridors. Tyrion was already in the council chamber, feet propped on the windowsill, arguing with Davos over dock fees and the merits of apple brandy from the Arbor versus Dornish Red. The council that morning was lively, every seat filled. Sansa read a letter from Winterfell. The North's barley was thick and sweet. The wildlings' children had learned their letters faster than any had hoped, and Arya had taken a handful of northern girls hunting in the Wolfswood, sending home their first deer, proud and wild-eyed. Gendry passed around sketches for a new market hall on the Hill of Rhaenys, big enough for every trader from Dorne to the Neck, he promised, and with a roof strong enough for a dragon to perch on if he wants. Samwell's census revealed that the city's population was growing for the first time in decades, children outnumbering the old, mothers and fathers, unafraid to build new homes. Missandei outlined plans for a midsummer gathering of healers from across the free cities, a sharing of cures and stories that would bring new medicines and new friendships to the realm. Daenerys listened to every voice. She ruled as she had always dreamed, not with thunder or flame, but with patience. 1,000 quiet acts of listening and care. "The fair will be held when the roses bloom," she said at last. "And let every child in the city take part. Sam, will you lead a contest of riddles? Sansa, the feast. Tyrion, the games of wit. Gendry, the races." Her council laughed, and the city beyond the windows seemed to echo with their promise. When council was done, she walked the city on foot, Sansa beside her, Missandei at her other hand, guards trailing a respectful distance behind. She visited the school where girls read aloud from books Samwell had chosen, their voices shy but strong. She ate bread and honey with bakers in the Street of Flour, shared a mug of ale with a fisherman who'd lost his nets but not his hope, knelt in the dust to help a child gather spilled marbles. When a gray-haired woman pressed a posy of violets into her palm, Daenerys smiled and wove it into her hair. At the new market, she found Gendry arguing with masons about the height of the roof beams. Arya returned that morning, mud-spattered, eyes bright, was there too, recounting her hunt, her bow slung across her back. "The girls want to see a dragon, Your Grace," Arya said with a crooked grin. Daenerys led them to the dragon pit, where Rhaegal and Viserion slept in the sun, Drogon perched on the highest arch. The children stood, silent with awe, as Daenerys stroked Rhaegal's muzzle and whispered old words in Valyrian. The dragon turned, golden eyes unblinking, and with a careful huff of smoky breath, allowed a brave girl to touch his scaled side. Laughter and wonder rippled through the crowd. "He's softer than he looks," the girl declared, eyes wide with joy. In the afternoon, Daenerys sat in the shade of the Godswood, reading dispatches. Missandei brought news that the Braavosi had accepted her invitation. Teachers, healers, and even a troupe of musicians would arrive in time for the festival. Davos reported from the docks, his letter brisk and full of pride. The new harbor ran as smooth as any in the world, with not a single bribe or theft in a fortnight. Tyrion and Arya planned the evening's entertainments, debating which song would most please the city. Which tale would win the most laughter or tears? "I've heard 100 stories since the war," Arya said. "None as good as the truth we're living now." At sunset, Daenerys and her council met in the gardens behind the Red Keep. Sansa directed servants stringing lanterns and garlands of summer flowers. Missandei welcomed a group of children bearing baskets of fresh peaches and cherries. And Samwell read aloud a letter from Old Town, a pledge to send maesters to the midsummer gathering. Gendry shared the day's progress on the bridge, and Arya recited a new poem written by one of the girls she'd taught to hunt. A fierce little ode to freedom and fire. That night, the city's joy burst into music and dance. In every street, families feasted and sang, bakers gave away sweet buns and cakes, and the orphans of the city crowned their own queen and king, leading a parade of laughter through the moonlit alleys. Daenerys danced with Jon's letter tucked against her heart, her dragons circling above, the peace she had fought for shining in every lantern, every smile. Later, in the hush after midnight, she stood alone at her window. The city glimmered in the starlight, dragons sleeping on the domes, the new bridge's arch gleaming like a ribbon of hope across the river. She closed her eyes and listened, to music drifting up from the squares, to children's laughter echoing across the stones, to the easy breathing of a city at peace. A promise lived in the quiet, a promise Daenerys had made to herself in fire and exile, in battle and grief, and finally in the gentle work of building. To rule, not for glory, but for mercy. Not for the fear she could kindle, but for the hope she could share. She opened Jon's letter again, tracing his words with a finger, and whispered to the night, "You would love this city. You would love these people." Then, she imagined him by her side as dawn approached, walking with her among the sleeping dragons, seeing the city he had helped save not as a prize, but as a gift. In the morning, there would be more work. Petitions and letters, grain shipments and games to judge, feasts to plan, quarrels to soothe. But tonight, Daenerys was content to let the city dream, and to dream herself, of a peace earned and kept, as bright as any crown and as fierce as any fire. In that endless summer night, with 3 dragons sleeping above a city that loved them, Daenerys finally let herself rest, and the realm she had forged endured, soft and shining as the dawn that always followed the dark. Morning sunlight poured into the council chamber, filling the Red Keep with honeyed warmth. Daenerys paused on the threshold, letting the golden air settle on her shoulders, watching as her council assembled, each face familiar now, not only with the work of ruling but with the small, cherished joys that came from peace. Tyrion was already there, feet up on a chair, leafing through a pile of scrolls, a half-eaten tart in one hand. Missandei stood by the tall windows, dictating a letter to a scribe in the soft tongue of Endath. Davos exchanged friendly insults with Gendry over the price of copper. Sansa arrived last, hair freshly braided, cheeks flushed from the gardens. Arya slipped in with a nod, a bow slung across her back, her eyes sharp with stories from the city's shadows. Daenerys took her place at the head of the table, her presence a quiet center. "Let's begin," she said, and the business of the realm unfolded in a tapestry of voices and decisions. Tyrion announced, "The trade fair brought twice the revenue expected. Even the bravos he spent freely. Sam, the next time you challenge a Sea Lord scribe to a riddle contest, warn me first. I lost a month's wages in wagers." Samwell, abashed but glowing, reported that his students had written their first histories of the city, chronicling not only the reign of the queen, but the memories of bakers and smiths, mothers and orphans, sailors and healers. "They want you to read some at the next festival, Your Grace." Sansa relayed news from the north. Snow melt had come early, the barley fields rich, children already swimming in the White Knife. Arya's archery school is full to bursting, she added with a proud glance at her sister. "We'll send more bows as soon as Gendry's smiths have them." Gendry offered plans for the new Market Hall's foundation, which would stand beside the nearly completed bridge. We set the last stone next week. The apprentices want the queen to ride across first, with the dragons, if she'll dare. Missandei described the arrival of the healers from Pentos and Lies, who would share their crafts in the city's hospitals. They've already begun training our midwives. The mothers call it a blessing. There are fewer fevers now, more healthy births than I ever thought I'd see. Davos concluded with word from the ships. No trouble from pirates. The fishers caught the first sturgeon of the season. We'll have enough caviar to make the city lords jealous of the dockside kitchens. Arya, hands folded behind her head, announced, "No crime to speak of in Flea Bottom. Not unless you count children stealing apples from Sansa's orchard. And even then they leave half behind for the next hungry mouth." Daenerys listened, her heart swelling not with pride, but with gratitude. Every worry, every small trouble. These were the details of a world being made better. One harvest, one letter, one new life at a time. After the council, she toured the city on horseback. The streets thrummed with quiet activity. Masons laying new stones along the riverside, street sweepers collecting spring blossoms, bakers selling warm rolls at every corner. She stopped in the market, where a girl recited poetry to an audience of vendors and their children. Her words bright with the city's hope. Daenerys gave her a silver coin and promised to come hear her again at the festival. In the new school, Samwell taught a lesson on the dragon's return, his chalk scraping the slate, his voice gentle but steady. He paused to let Daenerys speak, and she told the students not of war, but of forgiveness, of rebuilding, of the way hope could rise from the ruins of fire. By midday, she sat in the godswood, cloaked in green shadows. Sansa found her there, carrying a basket of fresh cherries. They talked softly of the north, of Arya's laughter echoing over the lakes, of Joan's letters describing wildlings teaching Northmen the old songs, of summer's length and the promise of another good harvest. In the afternoon, Missandei and Daenerys welcomed the Free City's healers at the House of Healing. Daenerys watched as Lyseni midwives conferred with women from Flea Bottom, as Pentoshi herbalists shared recipes with city apothecaries. "I never dreamed we'd see this," Missandei said, voice full of wonder. "Nor did I," Daenerys replied. "But I hoped." Dusk brought a festival, musicians in every square, lanterns strung like stars above the avenues, children parading with paper dragons. The dragons themselves circled above, their wings gilded in the last light, their shadows a benediction. Daenerys joined her council in the market square. Tyrion juggled apples for a gaggle of children. Davos traded fishtails with sailors. Sansa crowned the winner of the pie contest. Arya led a dance with a group of wildling girls, and Samwell read a poem written by the children of the hill. Gendry presented her with a ceremonial key to the city, forged of Valyrian steel and inscribed with every major house's sigil. That night, as the moon rose, Daenerys walked the banks of the Blackwater with Joan's letter in her hand. The city glowed behind her, lanterns flickering on the bridge, music rising from the squares. She paused at the water's edge, the dragons gliding silently overhead, and read Joan's words again, a promise of his return, the story of a wildling child's first birthday, a wish that she would visit soon to see the wildflowers in bloom. She thought of all that had been lost, the city in flames, the children hidden in cellars, the friends who had fallen on the long road from Essos. She thought of all that had been gained, laughter in every street, children learning to read, healers mending what war had broken, the slow, stubborn flowering of trust, a realm held together not by fear, but by hope. She knelt in the cool grass, whispered a prayer to whatever god still listened, and vowed to keep building, to let her rule be not an end, but a beginning. She rose and made her way home through the quiet, listening to the city's heartbeat, sure that tomorrow would bring new work, new joys, and the endless luminous labor of peace. As the stars turned above the city and the dragons circled overhead, Daenerys Targaryen watched her people dream, and for the first time in her long journey, she felt truly at rest, not because her battles were finished, but because she knew at last she was home. The night air in King's Landing was gentle, carrying the scent of river reeds and lemon blossoms through the open windows of the Red Keep. Lanterns glimmered along the banks of the black water, casting dappled gold across the bridge's new arches and the stone towers beyond. Daenerys stood in her chambers, brushing her hair before a mirror, polished bright as glass. Her silver blonde strands had grown longer in the peace she had helped win, and tonight she wore them loose, unadorned, save for a single braid that Arya had woven with a ribbon the color of dawn. A knock sounded at her door. Missandei, with news that the last of the guests had arrived for the city's summer feast. Lady Tyne from Sunspear, Lord Edric from Storm's End, the Archmaester of Old Town, and the singers from Bravos, and Sir Jorah's cousins from Bear Island, come all the way by river. Missandei reported, her voice full of excitement. "The gardens are ready, Your Grace." "Thank you," Daenerys said, smiling. "I'll join them soon." She took a moment alone, glancing out at the city. The dragons wheeled overhead, Rhaegal and Viserion circling in lazy loops above the feast lanterns. Drogon a dark shadow higher still, watchful, the city's silent sentinel. In the great gardens below, the celebration had already begun. Paper lanterns bobbed from every branch, tables overflowed with honeyed bread, roast lamb, summer fruits, and cool wine. Musicians from Old Town plucked lutes, while a troupe of Lyseni dancers spun ribbons among the guests. Sansa presided over the high table with easy grace, her hair crowned in tiny wildflowers. Tyrion, laughing, wagered on the outcome of a pie-eating contest with Gendry, who looked very much the blacksmith even in borrowed finery. Davos strolled the paths, swapping stories with Stormlanders and fishermen. Samwell held court beneath an arbor, reading a story to a knot of children, his own son nestled in his lap, eyes wide with wonder. Arya, untamable as ever, led a pack of children and wolfhounds through the hedges, only occasionally doubling back to swipe an apple or a honey cake. Daenerys joined them, slipping into the light and laughter of her city. Children bowed, girls and boys ran to greet her with wildflower crowns. She kissed their cheeks, wished them luck in the games and races. She raised a goblet to the council, Sansa's rye toast, Davos' easy wisdom, Tyrion's dry wit, Gendry's strength, Sam's kindness, Arya's fierce courage, Missandei's unwavering calm. For a long moment, she simply stood and let the sound of her people's happiness fill her heart. Later, the singers from Bravos performed an epic, telling the tale of dragons lost and found, of a queen who crossed the sea, of fire tamed and hope restored. Their voices wove through the evening, carrying memory and longing into every heart. Daenerys listened with tears in her eyes and a smile on her lips, remembering the old sorrows and the new joys. When the last note faded, she pressed a gold coin into the lead singer's hand and promised them a place at court for as long as they wished to stay. As dusk deepened, Sansa approached her with a folded letter. "From Jon," Sansa said softly, her voice bright as the moon. "He writes that the snow is melted, the summer grass thick on the Barrowlands, and the wildlings have built a ring of standing stones by the river." Sansa smiled, eyes shining. "He says he will come when the next full moon rises, with a caravan of wildlings, free folk and Northmen. He asks if you'll ride with him when he returns." Daenerys touched the letter, warmth blossoming in her chest. "I will," she promised, and tucked it safe in her sleeve. Fireworks blossomed over the river, red and green and gold, reflected in the dark waters. Drogon's roar mingled with the cheers of the city, Rhaegal's and Viserion's wings carving great swathes of starlight overhead. Daenerys walked the gardens, hand in hand with Sansa and Missandei, the council trailing in her wake. Everywhere, laughter. Everywhere, music. Everywhere, the faces of a city that had survived war and found its heart. Children pressed flowers into Daenerys' hands, bluebells, primrose, tiny roses from the queen's own garden. "For you, Your Grace," a girl whispered. "Thank you for making the city safe." The night deepened, stars like spilled diamonds above the towers. When the feast faded to quiet, Daenerys led her council to the parapet above the black water. They stood together, wind tugging their hair, watching the city sleep. Tyrion sipped wine and said, "It's not so bad, is it? A city without fear. Sansa smiled, her voice gentle. It's more than I ever dared hope for. Davos nodded. We did well, Your Grace. The whole realm did. Arya tossed her braid and grinned. The best part is that the stories will go on. Every baker, every smith, every child learning to read or shoot a bow. That's your victory. Samwell cleared his throat. And mine is seeing peace after all the blood and fire. I never thought I'd see a city where dragons watched over sleeping children, not frighten them. Missandei took Daenerys' hand, her eyes full of memory. You built this with us. You gave hope back to the world. Daenerys looked at them, her council, her friends, her family. We did this together. Every one of you. Every person in every street, every field, every hall. We chose peace. We choose it every day. The dragons soared above them, stars and firelight dancing on their wings. Below, the city dreamed. Of better days. Of more laughter. Of peace that could hold. When at last she retired, Daenerys sat by her window, pen in hand. She wrote to Jon, telling him of the feast, the music, the laughter, the children with flowers, the dragons with their wings open wide in the night. She promised she would ride with him when the moon was full, that she would visit the standing stones and see the world he had helped shape. She signed her name, Daenerys of House Targaryen, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Mother of Dragons, Builder of Peace, and set her seal. As she watched the candle burn low and the city sleep, she knew her reign had become something greater than any crown. A promise that every dawn would be gentler, every night safer, every story brighter. In the years to come, they would tell the tale of the queen who claimed the Iron Throne with all her dragons alive, and of the world she made when war was done, when her people called her not only Mother of Dragons, but Mother of the Realm. And Daenerys, in her high tower, with the city at peace and her heart at rest, whispered thanks for every day given, every soul healed, and every hope kindled in the gentle dark. The weeks after the summer feast brought the brightest days King's Landing had known in living memory. Mornings began with the drone of bees in the Queen's gardens, and ended with the city's laughter echoing up to the Red Keep, lanterns bobbing on every window, music drifting from squares and docks. The dragons hunted far by day and returned each dusk to perch atop the sept or the towers of Maegor's Holdfast, their mighty forms casting long shadows over the city, no longer emblems of fear, but guardians. Daenerys, at the height of her reign, woke with a sense of peace that felt more real with every sunrise. She no longer hurried through her mornings. Instead, she strolled the sun-dappled halls, pausing to listen to a stonemason describe the new bridge's arch, to watch two small girls skip rope in the courtyard, to greet the bakers who rose even before her, hands dusted white with flour and smiles for their queen. The council continued its good-humored, bustling work. Tyrion began each meeting with a jest. The Dornish send their wine, the Reach sends their cheese, and the North. Well, the North sends a letter vowing to send apples by the end of the moon. Sansa answered with a sly smile, promising that if the apples were late, Winterfell would send its famed honeycakes instead. Samwell brought news of the first summer classes taught by Braavosi and Lyseni scholars. 100 children read by lantern light each night, and another 100 queue each morning to learn their sums. There are girls from Flea Bottom and boys from the docks who read as well as any highborn. His pride was plain as he listed the names of children now able to sign their own, and Daenerys noted them in her private journal, vowing to meet them herself when next she visited the school. Gendry was as much at home in the council as in the smithy. "The bridge is finished, Your Grace," he announced one morning, holding out a steel key inlaid with ivory. "The apprentices ask that you ride across first. It's strong enough for a dragon. We tested it with a cartload of stones and a team of oxen. Drogon landed on it yesterday, and it barely trembled." Arya, ever restless, was the city's watcher and wanderer. She spent hours in the alleys and fish markets, returning with stories of a thief reformed into a baker's apprentice, a girl who could recite poetry in 4 tongues, a blind harpist who played at the new bridge for the copper and silver coins, tossed by all who passed. There's no place like this anywhere in the world. She told Daenerys one evening. Not in Bravos, not even in Old Town. There are no walls here that you can't walk through if you have the courage, or are a friend. Davos reported quiet seas and busy harbors. A Lyseni trader claims he can carry more apples in a single voyage than all of Winterfell grows in a year, he quipped, glancing at Sansa. We'll find out soon enough. He's already sent 3 casks of cider to the kitchens. Missandei's work had never been more varied or important. She led her own meetings with healers and teachers from half the known world, negotiating wages, organizing translation for lessons in Valyrian, Lyseni, and the common tongue, ensuring every guild and trade had a voice in the Queen's reforms. It was she who oversaw the schedules for the visiting Braavosi musicians, the Dothraki horsemaster giving lessons in the city's new riding yard, the Dornish women teaching weaving and healing songs to small folk and noble daughters alike. Each afternoon, Daenerys found time for herself. Sometimes walking the gardens, sometimes sitting in the library's upper gallery, sometimes riding out with Arya and the orphans for archery practice. One day, as she watched a curly-haired girl loose her first arrow at a painted stag, Daenerys felt a surge of pride deeper than any she had known on a battlefield. This, she thought, is what peace is for. Letters from Jon came every week now, carried by fast northern ravens. His reports were always the same in spirit: fields green, wildlings building, nights spent around bonfires with tales and songs, his longing for the city and for Daenerys written in the careful lines of every page. The summer stars here are as bright as dragonfire, he wrote, but I'd trade them for the sight of you, even for a single night beneath your dragon's wings. When the news finally arrived that Jon's caravan was only days from the city, the council became a hive of preparation. Sansa organized a welcome with garlands of northern flowers and music, from both the free folk and the Queen's own minstrels. Samwell prepared a festival of stories, inviting every schoolchild and teacher to the great square for a day of song and tale. Arya arranged a moonlit archery contest and convinced Gendry to oversee a smith's tournament. Davos worked with the city guard and dockmasters to prepare for the wildlings' arrival, while Missandei coordinated rooms for every guest, from the highest lord to the poorest freewoman. When the morning of Jon's arrival dawned, Daenerys dressed in white and gold, her hair woven with fresh roses and silver thread. She mounted Drogon, riding above the city as crowds gathered in the squares, and at the bridge, the bells pealing and banners unfurled. At the northern gate, Jon waited on horseback, Ghost at his side, surrounded by wildlings, Northmen, and children, riding ponies and mules. When Daenerys landed, cheers erupted, and Jon met her on foot, the city's joy washing over them both. Their reunion was quiet, intimate in its own way. Though thousands watched, a clasp of hands, a gentle touch of foreheads, a wordless promise of more time together. The city erupted in feasting and music, every street alive with dancing, every table filled with bread, fruit, wine, and laughter. Daenerys and Jon rode together across the new bridge, with children and dragons for company, the city's future arching beneath their feet. The days that followed were a tapestry of celebration. In the square, Samwell's festival of stories brought children from every district. Some recited poems, others sang, others simply watched in awe. Jon joined Gendry at the smith's contest, and the two forged a small dragon from scrap steel, gifting it to Daenerys. Arya bested all challengers in the archery contest, then handed her prize, an ivory-handled bow, to a shy girl from the river quarter. At the festival's height, Daenerys addressed the city from the steps of the Red Keep, Jon and her council at her side. "When I came here, I dreamed of peace," she told the crowd. "Not peace won by fire alone, but by hands joined, by hope shared. Each of you has made that dream real. This city belongs to you, to every soul who calls it home, to every child who will one day walk these streets. We are not finished, and peace is never easy, but we are building something new, together." Dandawa. The city's answer was thunderous, a roar of gratitude and pride that swept up the hill to the keep, echoed by the dragons as they soared overhead. That night, As the last fireworks faded and the city quieted, Daenerys and Jon stood atop the highest tower, the city glimmering beneath them, the dragons dozing on sun-warmed stone. The peace they had built was not a thing of marble or banners, but of 1,000 small kindnesses and choices. Work done, mercy given, laughter shared, a new world shaped each day. Jon kissed her gently, and Daenerys rested her head on his shoulder. "We've come far," she whispered. "And we'll go farther still," Jon replied, "so long as we walk together." She closed her eyes, feeling the thrum of life all around, the city's breathing, the dragon's dreams, the realm's quiet, enduring hope. She knew the world would change again. Winter would come, threats would return. But she also knew, in that quiet, golden moment, that what they had built would last, woven into every stone and story, every night's gentle dark and every dawn's shining promise. And that was enough. And so the days turned, bright and sure, beneath the wings of dragons and the steady hand of a queen who had learned that true conquest was not the taking of thrones, but the giving of peace. Me. The sun rose on a city content, and King's Landing greeted it with open arms, banners fluttering over the fresh stone of the new bridge, bakers laughing in the flowery haze of dawn, the chime of bells blending with children's voices in the market. Daenerys walked her palace gardens early, trailing her fingers through dew-wet roses, thinking of nothing but the hush of leaves and the cool scent of earth. In the highest boughs, doves scattered at the rush of wings as Drogon glided overhead, dark against the blooming sky. Jon's arrival and the wildling caravan had changed the city's rhythm. Everywhere were northern faces, broad-shouldered men with braids and iron pendants, girls in wolfskin and embroidered cloaks, the younger children astonished by fountains and dragons, city folk equally amazed by their tales of dancing lights and snow bears. Each evening, Sansa and Arya hosted feasts for both wildlings and townsfolk, turning the squares into rings of music and shared fire. Council sessions were lively. Jon sat with Daenerys, their presence a reassurance to the lords and merchants who filed in with new petitions, some bold, some shy, all eager to be heard. Tyrion presided with growing humor and gravitas. "A northern mason proposes a public bathhouse beside the bridge," he began one morning, "but requests a dragon on the roof for luck. Gendry, how quickly can you forge a fire-breathing weather vane?" Gendry grinned. "Give me a week. Arya can test the bell on its tail." Arya, half bored and half pleased, nodded. "Let the children ring it for festivals. It'll keep the city awake." Sansa brought news of the North's gift, barrels of honey, salted salmon, and enough apples to keep every kitchen busy till autumn. "We'll have cider and cakes for every festival," she promised. Samwell had arranged a city-wide reading of stories, written by both city and wildling children. "Some are about dragons, some about snow," he said, "but all about courage and kindness." Missandei, as always, kept the wheels turning. "The Lyseni healers wish to stay through autumn," she reported, "and the Braavosi teachers will open a second school in the fall. I've begun plans for a translation house, so every language and story will have its place here." The city's festivals became a wonder not just for the realm, but for visitors from far-off shores. Dornish acrobats tumbled in the gardens, singers from the Summer Isles performed for the Queen. Lyseni spice merchants taught cooks to blend fire and sweetness in the city's kitchens. Each day, Daenerys found herself sought out by a baker with a new tart, a smith eager to display a delicate blade, a group of children eager to show their painted dragons and wolves. One morning, as the sun rose over the bridge, Daenerys and Jon rode through the city, Ghost and the dragons shadowing their steps. They paused in the market, where a wildling boy recited a tale of the far north for an audience of city children, his words painting the air with images of ice and aurora. Later, in the library, Samwell read from a book written by the Queen's own hand, a story of 3 dragons and the courage of those who loved them. The children listened, entranced, and one shy girl, brown-haired and barefoot, presented Daenerys with a poem she'd written about peace. In the afternoons, Daenerys walked the bridge, the city's laughter swirling around her. She visited the new school, where Arya taught both city and wildling girls to use a bow, and where Sansa sat with mothers to share stories of the North and the South. Gendry smiths held lessons in the square, letting children hammer soft metal into medallions stamped with the Queen's sigil, or the direwolf of the Starks. Evenings became feasts, but more than that. Gatherings where city folk and wildlings sat together, trading tales and games. Davos sang old sailor songs, Missandei danced with the children, and Tyrion invented a contest to see who could recite the most outlandish proverb. The winner, a toothless fisherman from the Mudgate, was crowned Lord of Sayings for a day. Peace was not always effortless. News still came of trouble. A river dispute upriver, rumors of smugglers near the Stepstones, the quiet envy of rival kings across the narrow sea. But Daenerys faced each challenge with the same steady hand, sending envoys, offering fair hearing, relying on her counsel and the strength of the bonds now woven through her city. She did not flinch from judgment or mercy. One day, a letter arrived from Braavos Darchi. The Sea Lord praised the city's peace and sent gifts, a chest of silk, a cask of the blackest wine, a volume of Braavosi plays. The city celebrated, hanging silk banners from the bridge, serving the wine to lords and fishmongers alike, and staging the plays in the market with children in painted masks and makeshift swords. Late summer brought the Queen's Day, a festival of games, stories, and lanterns. Daenerys opened the celebration with a speech in the square. Jon at her side, Sansa and Arya with her, the dragons watching from the rooftops. "Once, I dreamed of a home beyond the sea," she said, her voice clear. "I dreamed of peace, of laughter, of children growing without fear. You, all of you, made that dream real. This city belongs not to a queen or a dragon, but to every heart that beats within its walls. Let us remember how peace was won and never let it slip away." Then, as she spoke, the bells rang. Children released lanterns into the dusk, and the dragons soared in a slow, grand spiral above the city. Arya's girls loosed a flight of arrows into the river, each arrow trailing a ribbon of red or silver. Gendry lit a great fire on the riverbank, its sparks joining the lanterns in the sky. That night, Daenerys sat with Jon in the quiet of the Queen's gardens, the city's laughter drifting on the warm air, stars bright above the river. "Are you happy?" Jon asked, watching her face in the lantern glow. "I am," she answered. "For the first time, I truly am. Because I know that what we built here can last, that peace can hold." He smiled, drawing her close. "We'll keep it, together. All of us." And the seasons turned, and the city's story continued, sometimes loud, sometimes quiet, always alive. In autumn, the wildlings planted a garden in the shadow of the Red Keep. In winter, the dragons curled together in the snow, while children built ice castles beneath their wings. In spring, the market burst with flowers and song. And always, Daenerys walked her city, greeted her people, listened to their stories, and watched as hope grew. Year after year, 1,000 small acts of kindness and courage. Her dragons watched over King's Landing. Her council steered the realm. Her people carried the memory of struggle and the gift of peace. So the city thrived. And when future generations asked how the queen who claimed the Iron Throne with 3 living dragons truly ruled, they would tell not just of fire and conquest, but of gardens in bloom, children at play, and a city where peace became the heartbeat of the realm. The scent of ripe fruit and cut grass drifted through the city, signaling high summer. Daenerys watched the sunrise from the parapets, her hands wrapped around a warm mug, the city glowing pink and gold beneath her. From every roof, banners and ribbons fluttered, gifts from children and city weavers, bright as fire and soft as the scales of a dragon's wing. The dragons themselves dozed atop the Red Keep and sept, their bellies rising and falling in time with the city's deep, peaceful breathing. In these days, Daenerys' life had become a tapestry of rituals. The morning walk through the gardens with Missandei, council meetings bright with laughter and rivalry, afternoons spent visiting the schools and healers, evenings in the city's heart, moving among her people. Each day, she felt the future unfurl beneath her feet. Not a sudden blaze, but a slow, steady flowering, strong as any army. The council met in the sunlight, doors thrown wide, the air fragrant with lemon and rose. Tyrion read aloud letters from the free cities, offers of trade, requests for ships, news of unrest far across the sea. My queen, Bravos, wishes to send a troop of mummers for the autumn festival. Pentos will double their shipment of saffron. Even the Mirish offer glass and books in return for the city's new honey and apples. And Gendry rolled out plans for a new smithy and bathhouse on the north bank. For wildlings, city folk, anyone with a back to be soothed, he said. Arya offered to test the waters with the first group of children. If it's safe, they'll come. If not, I'll swim across myself and shame them into bravery. Sansa, smiling, described the kitchen's new pastry, stuffed with apples, honey, and wild mint. A treat so beloved even Tyrion had broken his vow to eat only half. Samwell and Missandei presented the latest numbers. More students in the city's schools than ever before. Healers from Dorne and Lys working side by side, wildlings and city folk alike enrolling their daughters as apprentices. There's to be a wedding in Flea Bottom, Samwell said. A wildling woman and a gold cloak. They ask if you will bless them, your grace. And so, I will, Daenerys promised. And I want Arya to stand as witness for the bride, and Gendry for the groom. As council broke, Jon arrived from the north, the dust of the King's Road on his boots, Ghost padding quietly behind. Daenerys met him in the rose garden, her arms full of cut blooms. He kissed her softly, laughing at the fragrance clinging to her hair. There are gardens at Winterfell now, he said. Not as fine as these, but the wildlings keep planting. They want to see you in the snow. I'll come before the first frost, Daenerys promised. There's peace in the north, too. He nodded, the lines at the corners of his eyes soft. Real peace. I ride each day and I see the children. No fear, no hunger. Old ghosts, but new hope. The days became a festival of labor and joy. Daenerys opened the new smithy with Gendry and Arya at her side, watching the orphans and apprentices pound out tokens and buckles. The bathhouse became a place of laughter, wildlings and city folk soaking away old pains. Sansa organized a harvest fair, sending carts of apples and honey through every gate, and Missandei presided over the school's pageant, where city and wildling children took turns playing dragons, wolves, and queens. Even the smallest corners of the city shone. In the Street of Silk, a Lyseni seamstress taught children to embroider dragons and roses on their tunics. In the harbor, Davos ran a contest for the swiftest fishing boat, crowning a girl from the Riverlands who piloted her skiff with reckless skill. Tyrion hosted a riddle contest at the new bridge, losing his silver ring to a baker's apprentice with a quick tongue and quicker wit. The city itself seemed to sing. Lanterns danced from balconies. Children painted stones with the sigils of every great house. The dragons flew low over the rooftops, casting shadows that brought not fear, but cheers and laughter. As summer deepened, the Queen's Day festival approached. Preparations consumed the city. Stalls raised in every square, musicians rehearsing, bakers mixing dough before dawn. Daenerys watched with a quiet awe as the city transformed itself. Not just for her, but for each other. Every festival, a new layer in the tapestry of peace. On the morning of the festival, the city awoke early. Banners streamed from the bridge and walls, the bells of the sept pealed. The air was thick with the scents of bread and roasting lamb. Daenerys donned a simple dress of white and silver, her hair braided with roses, and walked among her people. She blessed the wildling bride and gold-cloaked groom. Her words soft, her hands warm. She judged the children's races with Arya, awarded Sansa the first pie of the season, and let Ghost carry the crown of wildflowers that would go to the bravest child. Jon stood beside her, proud, his eyes bright with memory and hope. At midday, she stood on the steps of the Red Keep, her council at her side, the city gathered below. We have known sorrow, but today we choose joy, she said, her voice carrying across the stones. We have known hunger, but today we feast. We have known war, but today, and every day to come, we choose peace. This is your city, your festival, your future. Let the bells ring, let the dragons fly. Let laughter be our song. As she spoke, the dragons soared overhead, the crowd erupting in cheers. Children raced through the square, wildlings and city folk sang together, and every heart beat with the certainty that peace was not a pause, but a new beginning. That night, Daenerys and Jon walked the lantern-lit bridge, watching their people dance. The dragons curled atop the keep, their eyes reflecting the fire of 1,000 candles. Sansa led a song in the square. Arya chased children into the shadows with a painted wolf mask. Miss Sunday laughed with the mothers of the city, and Samuel read a story to a circle of rapt faces. Under the moon, Daenerys held Jon's hand. "Did you ever believe it could be like this?" she asked softly. He shook his head. "But you did. You showed us." She smiled, watching the lights, hearing the laughter, feeling the dragon's presence like a promise. "Let's remember this. When winter comes, when the world changes again, let's remember." "We will," Jon promised. "We'll build it again, if we have to. Together." So the festival passed, and the days that followed were gentle. Daenerys walked her city, listening to the hum of life, the stories, the music. She knew peace would always need defending, that storms might rise beyond the horizon. But she also knew that the realm's heart was strong, that hope, once sown and tended, could bloom again and again. The years to come would hold new trials, new joys. But on that day, beneath the summer sun, the queen who had claimed the Iron Throne with all her dragons alive looked out on her city and saw not the scars of war, but a world remade. Woven of kindness and courage, bright with laughter, ever daring to dream. Ka. The city awoke to birdsong and the ripple of banners as dawn broke over the black water. The morning breeze brought the scent of fruit and river lilies, the sun catching on the fresh paint of shop signs and new brick in the rebuilt alleys. On the hills above, the dragons stretched in the warming air, scales flashing gold and green and shadow black, as they rumbled softly to one another. No longer sentinels against war, but the heartbeats of the realm, trusted and adored. Daenerys stood in her solar, reading the latest letter from Jon Donne. The north had entered its brief riot of summer. Wildflowers crowding the hills, the air sweet with grass, wolves and children alike running in sunlit fields. "We are planting apple trees by the lake," Jon wrote in his neat hand, "and the wildlings call them Queen's Blossoms. I tell them you will come soon, that you will see the hills in bloom and the first harvest. Ghost misses you, as do I." The words made her smile, warmed her as much as the sun itself. Missandei entered, hair braided in the summer style, arms full of reports and invitations. "A merchant from the Summer Isles requests an audience, Your Grace. He brings a ship of spices and sweet oranges. The healers wish for you to bless a new house in the South Ward. The Bravosi mummers are ready to rehearse for the festival, and Lady Sansa says the North's apple cider is at last ready for the fair." "Let's see the healer's house first," Daenerys said, folding Jon's letter into her sleeve. "And send the merchant a basket of city honey and flowers. Have Arya meet me at the market. She'll want to see the mummers. And tell Gendry I'd like his smiths to make lanterns for the healer's home." Her mornings belonged to the city. She walked through the busy streets, sunlight glinting on her hair, Missandei and a small cluster of guards at her side. Everywhere, people stopped to greet her. Fishermen with the morning's catch, bakers selling fresh cakes, old men mending nets and recounting stories of the city's long survival. At the South Ward, Gendry met her in the square, sunburned and grinning, his apron smudged. "We'll hang lanterns on every eve before dusk," he promised. "My apprentices made bells for the doors, so every healed soul rings hope through the ward." Arya found her by the mummer's tent, a half-eaten apple in hand, hair loose and wild. "They're rehearsing a play of dragons and wolves, your grace, though their wolves are terrible. I said I'd show them how to walk on quiet feet." The mummers bowed to the queen and to Arya, inviting them to join the rehearsal. Daenerys laughed as Arya tried to teach a slender boy to move like a direwolf. He tripped, recovered, and howled at the sun, sending the crowd into peals of delight. By noon, Daenerys visited the schools. Samwell led a lesson in the new library, reading a tale of the long night to rapt children. Wildlings, city-born, even a few Lyseni and Braavosi girls, all listening as if the world itself depended on the next word. Sansa arrived with honey cakes and news from the north. The first frost would come late, and the wildlings' harvest looked strong. "We'll have enough apples to last the winter," she said, pride and gratitude mingling in her eyes. Afternoons brought counsel, Tyrion presiding, Sansa poised and clever, Gendry and Arya still dusty from the streets, Missandei and Samwell each with a stack of letters and ledgers. "A Summer Islander offers his ship for the festival parade," Tyrion announced. "He requests the Queen's presence and the dragon's shadow. The city's fishers want to try a new netting method," Davos added. "They claim it'll double the catch and bring more saltfish for the winter. I say we let them, if the dragons keep the gulls from stealing their haul." Missandei shared news from the markets. "Trade with the north is stronger than ever. The cider is already famous. We have new healers from Volantis and Pentos, and the Braavosi have opened a school for music and languages." Samwell reported that wildling girls were teaching city boys to ride and hunt, while city girls taught wildlings their letters. "They swap stories in the evenings," he said, "and sometimes the dragons listen, heads cocked, as if they understand every word." Each council ended with plans for the coming days. Festivals, feasts, new streets to pave, wells to dig, books to copy, orphanages to paint. Peace was not idle. It thrummed with work and hope, with 1,000 hands building the realm each day. As the sun set, Daenerys dressed for the festival. Donning a gown of soft blue and white, her hair wound with ribbons and roses. The city squares blazed with lanterns, every window lit. The mummers paraded through the streets, wolves and dragons, lions and stags, children waving streamers, laughter rising above the music. Jon arrived as dusk painted the city in gold, the wildlings and Northmen trailing behind, eyes wide at the wonder of lanterns and dragons, and the city's joy. Daenerys and Jon walked the festival together, pausing to judge a pie contest, Sansa's apple and honey won by unanimous acclaim, to listen to Samwell's students recite riddles and poems, to laugh as Arya and Gendry tried their hands at the mummers' tumbling. Ghost followed at Jon's heel, solemn but content as children shyly patted his fur. At the river, the Summer Islanders' ship waited, decked in flowers, sails of crimson and gold. The crowd gathered as Daenerys and Jon climbed aboard, the dragons circling overhead, their wings blotting the moon and scattering sparks from the festival's bonfires. Musicians played, singers raised a hymn to peace, and in every lantern's light, the faces of the city glowed with hope. When the ship returned, Daenerys stood on the prow, looking out over her realm, bridges and gardens, schools and hearths, banners and dragons, every promise she'd made shimmering in the air. She spoke to her people, voice clear as bells. "Once I dreamed of peace, and you made it real. Once I longed for home, and you built it here. Together we are more than the sum of our battles. We are the hope of the realm, the dream that never dies." The city answered with a roar, the dragons with a call that rang to the stars. Jon stood at her side, Sansa and Arya and Gendry behind, Missandei and Samwell smiling, Davos and Tyrion raising their cups. That night, beneath the gentle dark, Daenerys walked the silent gardens, Jon at her side, the dragons curled like living legends above. She thought of every journey, every sorrow and joy, every moment that had brought them here. She thought of the world as it was, full of work and laughter and change, forever unfinished but fiercely alive. "We've done it, Jon," she whispered, her voice almost lost in the hush. "We've done what I dreamed." He kissed her brow, and together they watched the lanterns flicker, the city's dreams shining through the night, bright as dragonfire and gentle as dawn. And in her heart, Daenerys knew that no matter what the future brought, the peace they'd built would live on. In every child's laughter, every apple blossom, every story told beneath the wings of dragons. K. Andini. The sky was lavender and gold when Daenerys stepped onto her balcony, the city below still drowsing in the embrace of early summer. She watched the slow ripple of the Blackwater, the billow of sails at the harbor, the glint of dragon wings wheeling high above the rooftops. The peace she had labored to win had woven itself into the very fabric of the city. Banners hung from every window, laughter and music drifted from the lanes, the bells of the sept tolled for births and feasts instead of war. Breakfast was a simple affair in the Queen's solar. Fresh bread and cheese, a bowl of figs and honey, Joan's most recent letter beside her plate. She read it again as she ate, smiling at his account of wildlings arguing over the best way to catch trout, of Arya teaching the Stark children to ride, of the apples ripening on the lake shore. "The North is yours and misses you," he wrote. "But the realm you've made is ours, together. I'll return before the harvest, in time for the next festival. Ghost sends a wet nose and a wag of the tail." She tucked the letter away and set out for her morning walk, Missandei at her side, the air warm and sweet. The Red Keep's gardens were wild with color, roses and irises, lilies in bloom, the citrus trees heavy with fruit. They stopped to greet the palace gardeners, who bowed and presented Daenerys with a sprig of mint and a handful of strawberries for her pocket. Beyond the gates, the city stirred to life. Children chased each other past the steps of the great library, where Samuel stood beneath a colonnade, reading a tale of dragons and dreamers to a cluster of apprentices. Tyrion strolled the market square, a ledger tucked under his arm, pausing to taste an apple tart or trade a joke with a passing smith. Davos was at the docks, helping a crippled fisherman mend his nets, and Gendry, bare-armed and sweating, oversaw his forges as his apprentices cast new ironwork for the city's lamps and gates. Sansa's letters arrived daily now, full of news from the north: the first golden wheat, the harvest of summer peas, a new foal born in the stables, Arya's latest victory at the archery butts. In the city, she worked side by side with Daenerys, tending the orphanages, managing the great kitchens, her laughter infectious, her gaze steady as ever. "You have given the people something more than peace." Sansa told Daenerys one evening as they shelled peas in the gardens. "You've given them pride and trust. You've given them home." The council met in the old solar now, its walls hung with tapestries from every corner of the realm. Missandei read reports in 3 languages. Samuel produced new census rolls. 1,000 more children in the city than last summer, Your Grace, and almost as many in the new schools as in the markets. Gendry's smiths had built a covered market on the north side of the bridge, its eaves carved with dragons and wolves, apples and roses. Tyrion kept a weather eye on the treasury. "Our harvest tax has filled every cellar, and the free cities bid high for our honey and pears." Arya, quick and restless, patrolled the city on foot, a wolfskin cloak over her shoulders, a smile for every street child and shopkeeper. She brought news of an apprentice painter who had decorated the city's fountains with scenes from the old tales. Nymeria's fleet, the children of the forest, the dragons and wolves at peace atop the city walls. "They want you to sit for a portrait," Arya teased, "but you'll have to wait your turn. The baker's daughter goes first." Daenerys moved through these days like a woman in a dream, every moment precious and vivid. She blessed a wildling girl's wedding in the South Ward, standing beneath lanterns strung with ribbons and tiny bells. She opened a new school on the Hill of Rhaenys, where Lyseni and Braavosi teachers worked side by side with city women, teaching music and poetry in 3 tongues. She dined with fishermen on the river, breaking bread and listening to tales of tides and storm, blessing the new nets Gendry's apprentices had wrought. She heard a 12 languages each week: Lyseni and Dothraki, the lilting Valyrian of the Summer Isles, each voice folded into the city's chorus. The dragons had grown in these years, their flights longer, their presence reassuring. Sometimes, at sunset, Daenerys rode Drogon above the city, the rooftops and domes shining beneath her. The city watched, not in fear, but in wonder, every child raising a hand to wave. As the harvest approached, preparations began for the city's greatest festival yet. Sansa coordinated with bakers and brewers, Missandei with musicians and storytellers, Tyrion with the city's guilds. Samwell organized a procession of children from every district, each carrying a banner painted with their own dream. Books, bread, dragons, stars. Arya, Gendry, and Davos arranged games and contests, from archery to boat races, from riddle duels to the Grand Lantern Light Parade, across the new bridge. The city became a hive of joyful work. At dusk, Daenerys walked the gardens with Jon's letter in hand, pausing to watch Arya teaching the orphans to shoot at painted targets, or to listen as Sansa coaxed a stubborn cook into trying a new recipe for cider cakes. She thought of the path that had brought her here, deserts and dragons, storms and exile, love and loss, and felt a gratitude so fierce it almost hurt. The festival day dawned radiant, bells ringing from every spire. Daenerys greeted Jon at the city gate, wildlings and Northmen cheering behind him, Ghost dancing with children at his side. Together they walked the squares, watched the parades, tasted new bread, laughed at Samwell's wild tales and Arya's boasts. Sansa crowned the city's pie champion, a wildling boy, cheeks flushed with victory. Gendry presided over a smith's contest, and Missandei led the children's procession, the banners flapping like birds in the wind. As dusk fell, the lanterns were lit. Every window, every boat on the river, every arch of the bridge. Daenerys and Jon rode together to the riverbank, the dragons circling above, the city a blaze of light and color. From the bridge, Arya loosed the first lantern, its flame catching the wind and soaring upward. Soon the sky was thick with floating lights, drifting higher and higher, the dragon's wings brushing the stars. Daenerys stood before her people, her voice clear and strong. "This city is yours," she said. "This peace is yours. Each lantern is a promise, a hope for the future, a memory of the past, a light in the darkness. May we keep it burning together for all the days to come." The city's roar was like a tide. The dragons answered, and Jon took her hand, his eyes bright in the lantern glow. That night, they walked the silent gardens, the city asleep and dreaming, the dragons curled close above, the world gentle and new. In every heart, a hope had taken root, fragile, fierce, alive. And so Daenerys' peace endured, its light carried in every story, every song, every child's laughter beneath the wings of dragons. The moon hung heavy and full over King's Landing, spilling silver over the river and painting the tiled roofs with a gentle, secret light. Lanterns glimmered along the lanes, bobbing from the new bridge, the light caught in window glass and the facets of dew on the palace gardens. Somewhere far above, the dragons drifted in slow, lazy circles, their wings stirring the air and leaving ripples in the sleeping city. Peace was so thick it seemed you could taste it, a warmth in the air, a softness in every shadow, the hush of laughter and music drifting up from the last late revelers in the squares. Daenerys walked the palace alone, her bare feet silent on the stone. She passed through the galleries, sunlit by day, now filled with moonlight and memory. Tapestries of every house hung from the walls, stories woven in crimson and gold, blue and silver, green and sun yellow. In a quiet alcove, she found Arya's wolf mask from the last festival, tucked beside a cluster of painted stones left by children who'd won archery or riddle contests. She paused, touching the cool paint, and remembered a time when these halls echoed with fear and ambition, when her dreams had felt impossible, so far away. She moved through the stillness, out onto a balcony above the city. The black water shimmered below, barges drifting with their lanterns, the music of lutes and flutes floating on the breeze. Far off, the toll of the sept's bell called the faithful to midnight prayer. But the city was mostly at rest, its breathing deep and calm, the kind of sleep that comes only in a place where people feel truly safe. There had been years when she'd wondered if peace could ever truly last, if the old ghosts of war would slip in with the tide or the next winter. But the months had passed, and then the years, and each season had layered new memory atop old sorrow. Festivals and marriages, markets filled with flowers and laughter, wildlings and city children learning together, the streets filled with the music of many tongues. She leaned on the balustrade, the city's pulse beneath her hands. She saw the flicker of lanterns on the new bridge and remembered that morning, months ago now, when she and John had crossed it together for the first time, dragons and laughter and a tide of hope all around them. She had built this peace with sweat and courage, with small kindnesses, and with a promise that the world could be better. And now the city itself seemed to believe, every window a point of light, every alley safe for laughter and song. Soft steps sounded behind her. Sansa, wrapped in a cloak of deep green, hair falling loose down her back, joined her at the railing. "You're awake late," Sansa said, her voice gentle. Daenerys smiled, glancing over at her friend. "Sometimes I can't sleep, not for worry, just for the quiet. I want to remember every sound, every light." Sansa followed her gaze out across the rooftops. "I used to think the city would always frighten me. Now, sometimes, I wonder if it's not a kind of magic, what we've made here." "Then shall." "Not magic," Daenerys replied softly. "Just work, just hope, and the right people, and time." Sansa smiled. "You'll have to teach that to my children one day." They stood together in silence, the city below full of promise, the future still unwritten. In the far north, Jon was preparing the wildlings for the first snows, his letters still coming, still full of small stories and simple joys. Arya was away again, hunting in the neck, but her letters too were frequent now, filled with news and the easy affection she'd once been afraid to show. Samwell and Gendry had settled into the routines of teaching and building. Davos had finally taken a ship of his own, though he returned every month, grumbling about missing the bloody city. Missandei spent her mornings in the schools, and her evenings walking the river with her husband and baby, son Dot. Daenerys listened to the city, heard the faint laughter from the square, the song of a girl singing in the gardens, the distant roar as Drogon banked above the river. She felt peace like a living thing. Fragile, precious, real. Days in the city had become a procession of gentle rituals. Each morning, she walked through the markets, letting the people see her face, greeting the bakers and cobblers and old men who remembered when the city had burned. She visited schools and healers, blessed babies and weddings, settled disputes in the square with calm, patient justice. Every evening, she held open court, sometimes judging matters of state, sometimes only listening to stories from children who had written poems or drawn dragons or learned to sing a new song. The council had changed too. No longer just a table of lords and knights, but a gathering of voices, teachers and healers, merchants and wildlings, Sansa and Gendry, Arya and Tyrion, Samwell and Davos. They debated the price of grain and the merits of new songs for the festival, planned new wells and roads, listened to reports from the north and the Reach. Most days, it was not the matters of kings and queens, but the thousand small affairs that made up the pulse of a city. Where to put a new fountain, how to care for aging horses, what to name the new square built over the ruins of Maker's Tower. One golden morning, Jon's caravan arrived from the north. The city turned out to greet him, wildlings and Northmen and townsfolk and children, banners flying, musicians playing in every street. He brought news of a mild summer and a plentiful harvest, of wildling girls learning to sew and sing, of old rivalries put to rest in the warmth of the city's example. He and Daenerys walked together by the river, watched the dragons fly, shared bread and laughter beneath the apple trees Sansa had planted. That night, the city gathered for a festival. Music in every lane, lanterns strung from every tree, the dragons soaring above a river shimmering with floating lights. Daenerys and Jon sat side by side on the steps of the Red Keep, watching the people dance and sing, their hands entwined. "I never thought peace would be like this," Jon said quietly, his voice rough with emotion. Not just safety, but joy. She smiled. It was always possible. I didn't know how much work it would take, or how worth it would be. And no. He leaned his head against hers, and for a moment, the whole world seemed to hush. In the months that followed, the work went on. New houses rose on the city's edge, wildling traders opened shops in the market. Children learned songs in 3 tongues. Sansa's daughter was born, a red-haired, laughing girl, and Arya returned in time to stand as her namesake and guardian. Samwell and Gendry opened a new school for engineers. Davos funded a ship for orphans who wanted to learn the sea. Missandei's son learned to walk in the palace gardens, trailing after Ghost and giggling at the dragons overhead. Time's tide moved forward. Slow and gentle. Daenerys grew older, her hair streaked with silver, her eyes softer, but just as fierce. She and Jon walked the city together, rode out to Winterfell for summers and harvests, watched as their world blossomed and changed. Peace was never finished. Every year brought new work, new needs, new dreams. But the city held. The dragons soared. Children grew strong. Laughter echoed from every stone, and the people remembered what it was to hope. And when Daenerys stood on her balcony at night, looking out at the shimmering city, she knew that she had won something more enduring than any throne. Her legacy was not just dragons or conquest, but a world where children dreamed beneath safe roofs, where friends gathered in lantern-lit squares, and where hope was as common as bread. In the storybooks written in her reign, they called her Daenerys, the Builder, Mother of Dragons, Queen of Peace. But the children, and their children, would remember simply that under her wings, the realm had learned to live, to laugh, and to dream. And as long as the dragons flew, the promise of peace, fierce, bright, and undying, endured. Okay. The autumn winds crept through King's Landing, stirring golden leaves in the palace courtyards, sending children chasing after each tumbling flash of red or amber. The dragons grew restless with the change of season, rising each dawn to fly far above the city, skimming the clouds or casting their shadows over the busy squares. Daenerys, standing at her window, watched them vanish into the blue, her heart steady with a quiet joy. For all her life, the coming of autumn had meant loss, the closing of doors, another year vanished to longing and exile. Now autumn was harvest and song, the sweet bite of apple and wine, the warmth of peace settling deeper into her bones. She wore a cloak of pale gray wool, embroidered with tiny dragons and falling leaves, and walked the city each morning as the air sharpened. Everywhere she went, life blossomed. Market stalls overflowing with figs and grapes, children rehearsing for the autumn fair, bakers trading honey cakes for wildling cheese, and Northmen bringing barrels of cider down the King's Road. Daenerys let herself be drawn into the work of the day, pausing to listen to a grandmother's tale, or to taste a new treat pressed into her hand by a laughing baker's daughter. In these months, the council grew ever more busy, ever more beloved by the city. Sansa, regal and clever, managed the North's affairs with the quiet assurance of a Stark, now often accompanied by her little daughter, hair copper bright, already as curious as a cat. Arya, wind-blown and happy, flitted from the city's shadowy corners to the heights of the Red Keep, always bringing word of some new contest, some wild scheme for the orphans or the city's children. Gendry, sleeves rolled, hair tangled, presented blueprints for windmills and new foundries. Tyrion, with his ink-stained fingers, kept the realm's accounts in order, trading jokes with Davos, who oversaw the docks and planned for the winter storms to come. Samwell grew rounder, prouder, as his students took their first lessons in engineering and healing, and Missandei, her son learning to read in the palace school, guided the guilds and healers with a voice both gentle and firm. As the harvest festival approached, the city buzzed with anticipation. Lanterns shaped like apples and dragons dangled from every door. Minstrels practiced their songs, and children painted banners with the faces of direwolves, lions, stags, and sunflowers, the emblems of every house now friends in truth as well as name. Daenerys visited the new school each week, reading with the littlest children in a bright, warm room that once had been a storehouse for spears and arrows. She watched wildling boys and city girls argue over stories, their voices mingling as they learned to share and listen. "What is your favorite story, Your Grace?" asked a tiny girl, her braids wild. Daenerys thought for a long moment, remembering the loneliness of her own childhood, the cold stone of Pentos, the empty halls, the dreams that had always seemed so far from her reach. "The best stories are the ones that haven't been written yet," she said at last. "And the ones you tell together." The festival began with the ringing of the city bells, the scent of roasting meat and fresh bread curling through every street. Daenerys opened the fair herself, standing on the steps of the Red Keep, a simple crown of autumn leaves in her hair, Jon and her council at her side. Jon, weathered by northern winds and travel, held her hand as she spoke to the people, his touch steady, his eyes full of pride and love. "We gather here not only to give thanks for what we have, but to remember how far we have come," Daenerys said, her voice carrying to the farthest rows of the crowd. "In the days of war, we dreamed of peace. In hunger, we dreamed of plenty. In exile, we dreamed of home. Today, we are home. We feast, we dance, we remember, and we build the world we want our children to inherit." Daenerys. The crowd cheered, and a flock of paper birds, each painted by a child, rose into the air, their wings shining in the morning sun. The days of the festival were filled with joy. Sansa's bakers won the pie contest, their apple and wolfberry tarts the talk of the city. Arya led a wild treasure hunt across the bridges and towers, her clues sharp and mischievous, the orphans following her like ducklings. Samuel's students staged a play about the forging of peace, half in rhyme, half in laughter, while Gendry's apprentices put on a contest of invention, building tiny water wheels to power spinning dancers made of tin and silk. Tyrion, ever the wit, judged the drinking contest. Davos handed out prizes for the best fish stew and the quickest knot tied in a length of rope. Missandei presided over the parade of lanterns each dusk, every guild and school marching with banners and torches, the dragons circling above, casting their shadows over the glowing river. On the last night, Jon and Daenerys walked through the festival together, their fingers intertwined, the city alive with color and song. They paused at the riverbank, watching children launch tiny boats with candles inside, wishes painted on their sails. "Do you remember," Jon asked quietly, "when you first dreamed of this? Did you ever believe it would be real?" Daenerys leaned into him, her eyes shining with the reflected lantern light. "I believed, but I never dared hope it would be so much, so full, so alive." They watched as a flock of lanterns rose, trailing sparks behind them, joining the stars above. Arya, running past, pressed a flower into Daenerys' hand, a single white rose. "For you, Queen of Stories," she said, winking before vanishing into the crowd. That night, in the gardens, the council gathered for a final supper. Sansa with her sleeping child, Arya barefoot, Gendry already sketching new plans by firelight, Missandei with her son curled on her lap, Davos and Sam swapping stories, Tyrion pouring the last of the cider. Jon and Daenerys sat together, their hands entwined. They spoke little, content to listen to the laughter, to watch the dragons curled around the domes above, to feel the heartbeat of the city. And as the fire burned low, Daenerys looked around the table, at friends and family, at the world they had made, and she felt for the first time in her long journey that peace was not a dream or a prize, but a living thing, bright and fragile, needing only love and care to thrive. When the city slept at last, Daenerys walked the quiet corridors to her balcony, gazed out over the rooftops, and whispered a prayer to whatever gods watched over dreamers. She watched the dragons spiral above the city, watched the river gleam beneath the moon, watched a child's lantern rise to join the stars, and she knew, with a certainty as deep as any dragon's fire, that the story was not ended. Peace, like hope, must be tended every day. But now she had the heart of the city, and the trust of her people, and the love she had found along the way. Under her rule, the City of Dragons had become the City of Dreams, a place where every story, every life, could unfold in the bright promise of each new dawn.